just haven't been waiting that long. It feels a little bit strange to have been waiting that long, but we're back around. We're back here again to get our teeth into the next QR codes. And I think there's some wrestling happening tonight, but I'm not sure. There might be something. There's probably some on the show, but I'm not sure what it is. It's all about the QR codes. It's all about Nightbirds. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to getting our teeth into it. Obviously, let's, joking aside, break down what we do have tonight. Then, of course, we'll jump into the chat. And we'll talk through whatever you want to talk about, get our teeth into, whatever you want to get your teeth into. But not much for us to break down here. We've got Nia being coronated. So we know that Queen Nia is going to get her coronation. I'm sure someone's going to interrupt that. Then we've got Street Profits taking on Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa. So Street Profits taking on Bloodline or Gorillas of Destiny. And then we've got Andrade. He is taking on Apollo Crews. Apollo Crews actually getting onto TV. It very much is a red letter day. So there we go. That's what we've got. And of course, we are expecting a QR code. If you are a little bit out of the loop with the QR codes, it's probably worth just taking a second just to kind of bring people up to speed. QR code, obviously, we're expecting this to lead to the arrival of the Wyatt 6. We don't know that that's the name of the group, but we think that's the working title. We think there's 5 members. There could be more. We think Alexa is going to join later in the year around SummerSlam. The date that the group is expected to arrive is about June 17th. About June 17th. It's hard to say because there's been a few dates where we've expected them and then they haven't arrived. But June 17th definitely feels like it's being shouted quite loud. So that's the message that I've received. So June 17th is when we expect them to arrive. It would be a Raw, which is a little bit unusual, but I think it's all right. I mean, it doesn't make a difference as long as they're just giving us the date, right? A lot of people are thinking we could get some at Clash at the Castle, which is 2 days earlier, and we absolutely could. We absolutely could get something a couple of days earlier. But I think there's a good chance that we are going to have to wait those next couple of days before we get the reveal. And basically, we're just getting QR codes, we're getting Twitch streams, we're getting lots of things that are just kind of giving us the backstory. We're seeing this group coming together. We're finding out why they're coming together. So many QR codes. I mean, we've had a journal and deleted messages, WhatsApp, Twitch streams. There's been loads. So many videos and stuff. I mean, it would be, we could sit here for 5 hours talking about it, but it's probably best to keep it short and sweet because the majority of you, if not all of you, are aware as to what's actually happening. But we haven't had a QR code since Monday. There was a deleted tweet late Thursday night, Friday morning, which we covered obviously in the latest video. And there's not loads that we can take from that because we don't know the location. There's obviously a lot of theories and a lot of thoughts. But the truth is we don't know. No one's been able to go, I found the exact spot, because how could you, right? How could you find the exact spot? That's going to be very difficult. But there's been lots of theories. My notifications are getting bombarded with theories about birds at the moment. Lots of people have got thoughts about the bird that was flying during that picture. But that's kind of where we are, basically. That's an overview of where we are, where we're going. We're expecting Joe Gacy, Dexter Loomis, Nikki Cross, Bo Dallas, and Eric Rowan to be in the group. And then, as we said, Alexa Bliss joining up as we get closer to SummerSlam. So that's the picture. That's where we are. And I want to jump into the chat and see where you lot are, see where your conversation is. So I can see Kian. Kian said, Days, I hope you're doing well and have a good stream. Thank you, my friends. How was your day? It was all right. Didn't really do a great deal, to be honest. I mean, obviously with that tweet dropping kind of in the early hours of this morning. I stuck around. You know, I never try to be like the first one to get a video done. I know there's loads and loads of channels that cover Nightbirds. And as a result, you know, I'm not too worried about like, oh, let's be the first. I want to make sure that we've got a lot of detail. I want to make sure that we've really looked into it. So I stuck around, it dropped, and like, I think it was about 4 or 5 hours after it dropped, we kind of put a video up, which I was really pleased that we waited, because there was a couple of things in there that would not have made it if I had done it earlier. So I do think there's real value in not just racing to get a video out, but actually waiting that moment, seeing what the reaction is, seeing what things get found, seeing what theories people are kind of chewing over, seeing where some of them lead. I mean, you got to do a video eventually, but it is worth just kind of gauging all of that and taking all of that in. And then, you know, you might actually end up with something a little bit meatier by the time like you put the video out. So by the time I did all of that, it was really starting to push lunchtime here in the UK. So by the time I went to bed and got up, had something to eat, you know, you catch up on a few notifications and things, and boom, here we are. So those are my days, really. They're not very exciting. This is, you know, this is, I suppose, kind of a bit of an early lunch time for me. This is kind of early lunchtime about now, so haven't done a great deal, but doesn't matter. I'm ready. I'm dialed in for whatever Smackdown has. Kian said, I can't wait for UFC tomorrow. Should be good. I enjoy the Wrestling Escape Pod on Wednesday. That's good. And I hope the family are doing well. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Chappie53, shout out to you. Connor said, do you see Priest winning against Drew at Clash at the Castle, then CM Punk distracting Drew, and then Priest wins? Then we get Priest Gunther at SummerSlam, and Gunther becomes champion. Yeah, there's a lot of split opinion on this, and I know what I would do if I was booking. I would have Drew against CM Punk, and I wouldn't have the title involved because I just don't think it needs it. I don't think that match needs the title. It's not about the title. It's about Drew's hatred for CM Punk. It's about CM Punk costing Drew at WrestleMania. You know, this has been brewing from the very moment that CM Punk arrived. So for me, we don't need the title in that match. So I would be really tempted to do Drew versus CM Punk. That's a massive match. Huge match. Don't need the belt. It's like doing Rock versus Roman. Like, you can do that match and it does not need any titles. You know, that thing could main event without a single belt being involved. And I kind of feel like Drew CM Punk, if we wanted it to, could main event SummerSlam without a single belt being involved. Doesn't need the title. You could say the title gives it a little extra edge, but I don't think it needs an extra edge. I think it's got all the edges that it needs, and you can always do a rematch with the title involved to make the rematch a little bit bigger. So I would be tempted to not have Drew win the title in Scotland, which is controversial. People have said you can't do that. He's got to win it in Scotland. But, I mean, he didn't win it in the UK last time he was in the UK. When he was in the UK in Wales, he didn't win it, and it felt pretty good that he had a good chance. You know, he always seems to allow his bad attitude to get in the way. That's what happened at WrestleMania, so that seems to be what's going on at the moment, and I could see it being a case where he could have won it. He could have won it. But he is his own worst enemy at times. And I could see it being a case of he has to choose between pinning Damian Priest and winning the belt, or does he go after CM Punk because CM Punk just tried to cost him? And, you know, Punk's right there. Maybe Punk's right there and injured and he can't escape. Perhaps Punk's like down and he's got his knee or his leg, and he's like, you know, he's just like accidentally gone into the commentary table, or he's been knocked into it and he's down. And Drew's like, I can either pin this guy and win the title, or I can get out the ring and I can go after CM Punk. Like, it's you know, which one am I going for here? And he chooses Punk and goes after Punk. That ultimately means that he loses the match. But it sets up Drew and Punk for SummerSlam. And I think that way you can keep the belt on Damian. You do Damian Gunther. Build up Damian as a face, which he's been kind of leaning towards. I mean, he doesn't want any outside interference in his matches. He doesn't want any Judgment Day members to get involved in his matches, which is a very face thing to do. So, do you remember, like, when he grabbed Finn and everyone, when they were, like, trying to get involved in his match against Jey Uso? He was not pleased. So, I think I would be leaning towards that. I definitely think that Damian Gunther makes sense, because you've got to do Drew versus CM Punk, and we know that Gunther's getting a title shot. He's getting a title shot, so, I mean, the alternative is that you do CM Punk versus Drew at, say, Money in the Bank, and I just think that match is too big. I know people might say, no, it's crazy, we've done big matches at Money in the Bank before, and I agree, but I just think with SummerSlam so close, it just feels like a SummerSlam match to me. Just feels like that's the match that you do at SummerSlam. So I would do that. I would do Drew versus CM Punk at SummerSlam. I'd do Damian versus Gunther. The only thing that could be interesting is if someone wins at Money in the Bank and then tries to cash in. Say Drew wins in Scotland. He defends the belt at Money in the Bank. It could be that he gets cashed in on. So we don't really get Drew CM Punk. We actually get Drew CM Punk versus this person that's just cashed in. The cash-in could be successful. That way, Drew wins in Scotland. You can still do Drew CM Punk at SummerSlam. And you've then got a new champion that can go on to face Gunther. That's also a viable option. That cashing in on the Money in the Bank show is a viable option. Obviously, you can't do it, though, if the men's Money in the Bank is the last match. If it's the last match, well, you can't cash in on the champion, can you? But if you open Money in the Bank with the men's match, then, and you've got, say, Drew versus CM Punk later in the card, well, then that guy could cash in, couldn't he? You could cash in during that match. We've seen it plenty of times where the winners of Money in the Bank cash in on the same show. So a few thoughts, but I think for me, I'm really looking at Drew CM Punk for SummerSlam. I've not seen that confirmed anywhere, but somehow I just think that's the match we're getting to. That's the match that I'm expecting. So there we go. A bit in depth. Connor, shout out to you. Bradley said days were one step closer to getting Odyssey Jones on Raw. Well, that would be nice. It would be nice to see Odyssey Jones. I like Odyssey Jones. Tom said, I think both Rooney and company are going to do better than people expect. I could see Bayern winning the league and Plymouth getting relegated, but putting up a good fight, says Tom. What do you think happens with Ricochet and Chad Gable? Hello, Aaron. Hope you well, buds. Well, I think that Chad Gable is going to get turned on. I mean, I don't know if we do Sammy versus Chad one-on-one in Scotland. Otis turns finally on Chad there. We do a few more weeks of teasing, but eventually at Clash, that's where Otis actually snaps and, turns on Chad, and boom, that starts a program for them. So I wonder if that's what we'll do. In regards to Ricochet, I mean, he seems to be in a bit of a feud with Bron Breakker and Ilya Dragunov, and that does feel like a three-way dance at the moment. I think Ricochet's in a bad spot because I can't see Bron losing and I can't see Ilya losing. So if we are building to a triple threat, then it does definitely feel like Ricochet's going to be the one to take the pin. It's hard to see Ricochet coming out of that as the victor if it is going to be a triple threat. Or even if it's going to be like Ricochet versus Bron, surely Bron wins that match. Ricochet versus Ilya is interesting, but obviously they fought a couple of times. Ilya won one. I think the second one was no contest because of Bron Breakker. it's very difficult to know how that's going to play and where they're building to and what they're building to. But it does feel like a bit of a triple threat, and that's probably bad news for Ricochet, unfortunately. So they are seemingly all in on Bron Breakker. I think the big winner is going to be Bron Breakker. He is being presented like a monster. I mean, the fact that, like, he is spearing people, the security that are, like, having to drag him away. You've got run-ins with Adam Pearce. You've got Adam Pearce doing promos on social media. Like, this, it's really good. I mean, they've really gone hard in getting behind Bron Breakker. So I really like Bron Breakker. I think that the presentation on the main roster is better than the presentation in NXT. In NXT, he just sort of felt like another member of the roster. Someone that was still good. But, you know, he was in a few comedy moments with Baron Corbin. He'd already been NXT champion. He was kind of bobbing around. He wasn't really champ. He was a bit like... I don't know. He was a good person to have around, but he felt a little bit directionless. It was good when he got in the team with Baron Corbin and we got the Wolf Dogs. That gave him a direction. But, I mean, now he's being presented as someone that's disrupting the shows. We're having to get security guards to pull him away. Like, he's really good. The presentation now is really good. So, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I think they're all in on him, and it really wouldn't surprise me if he becomes like a world champion in the future, WrestleMania main eventer. Now, I can see him getting pushed to that level. I don't think what we've got here is someone that's going to go to the mid-card and just stay there. I can see this being someone that's going to be competing for world titles. And I don't even mean like, you know, once or twice. I mean on a regular basis. I don't know that I can say that he's going to be the face of the company. That's a very difficult thing to say. But I feel like he is going to be right up there in the mix. Right up there in the mix. I mean, you sort of felt that when he was in NXT. But the presentation has just backed it all up now since he's come to the main roster. So, big things ahead for Bron Breakker. I don't know if Ricochet will re-sign, said Tom. I love Samantha is in WWE, but I don't know if he wants to be used better. I've been thinking about the doorbell. When are we going to ring it? When is he going to ring it, says Colin. Well, we're expecting that tonight, buds. So, Nightbird-wise, we are expecting it to be a case that it will be doorbell footage. That's what we're expecting. The reason why we're expecting that is because there was an image that we got in the last QR codes, and that was an image of a doorbell kind of footage. I think it said, like, connection ended or something. So it kind of suggested that they had been able to get into this doorbell and actually record the footage. So that's what we're looking at, because there wasn't really anything to do with doorbell footage that we've seen yet. But there's plenty of examples where previous QR codes link to future QR codes. So we think that's going to be the link. So that's what we're expecting tonight, doorbell footage, a video of doorbell footage. But we could get other stuff as well, because on Monday we had 2 videos and we had an image, and there was also obviously hidden little bits and bobs dotted in, like, you know, the source code and all that kind of stuff. So fully expecting to see a few bits tonight. Obviously, we've not really had anything since Monday outside of that deleted tweet, so it's going to be nice to kind of get our teeth into something else. And I really hope this is going to give us like something. I really am looking for something for us to kind of like go, okay, we know what that is. That was definitely Eric Rowan, right? Or, you know what I mean? I'm really looking for something like that. I mean, we know that Howdy is part of this. We know who's in the group, but definitely looking for something that we can be really confident about, because we've took some knocks. I mean, there's no two ways about it. We've took some knocks. We've definitely gone down some paths where we've felt very good about, yeah, this feels good, this is where we're going, and then all of a sudden some other information comes out and you go, oh my god, you know, like, it really felt good that the shirt connected to Corpus Christi. And now, obviously, we're going down a different path where it actually looks like it's the Roman Colosseum, right? We felt good about that being Nikki's house. And then, of course, Rob Fee puts that footage out of it being seemingly his place on Monday. And so that throws all of them theories, like, into doubt. We still don't know who the bride is, if it's Alexa, if it's Nikki. There's even some that are thinking it might be revealed to be the therapist. We don't know the therapist's relationship. I think she's just someone that's being used for this arrival, this debut, right? I don't think she's a permanent character. I think she's someone you could always bring back if you so wanted, but I don't think that she is going to be around on a permanent basis, or dare I say even semi-permanent basis, like we see her once a month. I don't think that. I think she's part of the story to help bring the group in. And then I think once they're in, that's it. We don't really need the therapist anymore. But if we so wanted to, we could always bring her back for the odd moment, you know? The odd little thing as we build to WrestleMania. Like, I could totally see that. But there's lots of different thoughts and theories about the therapist. You know, there's people that are thinking she's part of the group. She might end up doing promos for the group. Like, there's people thinking she's a proper member of the Wyatt Six. But I don't feel that way about her. I just think that she's an actress that we've brought in to kind of help, like, with the launch of this. But again, you know, I don't know that because there's still a lot of questions. So it's great. It's, you know, so interesting, and it's so interesting reading people's thoughts. But it's hard to say we've got a lot of concrete stuff, that we've got a lot of stuff that we can, like, hang our hat on, you know? So it is also frustrating at the same time. So I'm really hoping that over these next few weeks we start to go, yes, we know what that is. And we can start to lock down a few things, you know? We can really start to lock down some stuff and make some progress. Because that would be, I feel like people need that. I feel like I sense there's frustration, not loads, but it's just, you can sense it sort of there. People, you know, going around in circles. I'm getting more and more people that are saying, like, I wish they would just hurry up and arrive. And you just sort of get the feeling that maybe if it was to start, like, you know, paying out basically this campaign and actually giving us some answers, you get the feeling that maybe some people wouldn't quite react that way, but well, I don't know. We'll see. I'm still really enjoying it. I'm focused on June 17th. And, you know, let's go. Next couple of weeks are going to be a lot of fun. I'm really, really looking forward to them. And I'm excited for them. And, I mean, what is it? 2 weeks on Monday? 2 weeks on Monday. 2 weeks on Monday. That's when I'm expecting them to arrive. So let's see. Whilst I'm remembering as well, a big congratulations to Hayden. Hayden Garrett is the May entry into the Hall of Fame. We did a poll just over the past couple of days. It had over 1,000 votes, and I think Hayden just ran away with it. When I looked, it was like there was no doubt. It wasn't even close. So I got in touch with Hayden earlier today, and I was like, congrats, you've done it. Can you send me a picture? Which he has done. I haven't had a chance to add it yet. I'll make sure it's there for Monday. But yeah, big congratulations to Hayden. He goes in from the community for May. So in a few weeks' time, we'll start the whole campaign again as we try to figure out what community member is going to go into the Community Hall of Fame for June. So we'll get the next person lined up, ready to go in. But yeah, thank you to everyone that voted, and many congratulations to Hayden Garrett for that. Very, very well deserved. Right, Taylor Rotunda and Uncle Howdy are portrayed as two different characters. Uncle Howdy is left-handed, said Denny. Taylor is right-handed. This differentiates the characters. Word of Wrestling said, what did The Rock give Cody? I'm still wondering. I think the lead-in theory on that is a watch. So the lead-in theory on that is that we haven't seen it yet, but Cody actually had Rolexes done that had 40 inscribed on them for WrestleMania 40. And he handed one to Seth, he gave one to Roman, he gave one to Rock, he had one himself, right? So he got 4 Rolexes and commemorated that WrestleMania 40 with these Rolexes. And we think The Rock gave his back in the ring, gave it back to Cody. And he said, like, you don't even need to look at it to know what this is. And he gave it back, basically. I've got a little problem with it, which is a problem that might get resolved. And my problem is that Cody is a face. The Rock was horrific during the build to WrestleMania, right? I don't know when Cody started to get these made or got these done, but The Rock slapped Cody in like February, right? So from the moment that Cody said, "I choose you, Roman Reigns," right? At that press event, that's the same night he gets slapped by The Rock. Now, and they all got all heated and fired up. I don't know if Cody calmed down at that point and thought, right, you know, we're going to WrestleMania. The Rock's a part of this now. Seth's a part of this now. I'm going to go and get a load of Rolexes made. I don't know at what point he got it done, but I hope it's quite early in the process, because if as you get closer to WrestleMania, he's whipping him, he's got the whole Mama Rhodes thing. I mean, at that point, you're not going to go, do you know what? I'm going to buy this guy a Rolex. You're not going to think that, right? Even Cody, who's the nicest person in the world, surely is not going to be thinking that. So maybe he got them done quite early in the process, but we've never seen it. We've not been made aware of it on WWE TV. The only reason we know these watches exist is because of the Ariel Helwani interview, where he actually showed the watch off, said that he gave one to Seth, and said, I did get some others made, but who I gave them to is going to have to stay private for now. But it has since come out that he gave one to The Rock and he gave one to Roman. And so the belief is that he gave these Rolexes, and it's that was given back to Cody. And as I said, my problem is, why would you buy a Rolex for someone that's whipped you and the whole Mama Rhodes thing and been so disrespectful? But if that documentary, there's a documentary that's coming out that's called WrestleMania 40 Behind the Curtain, I really think it's going to be shown in that. I really think it's going to be shown in that. I do wonder if the delay has got something to do with what we're going to see in it. I don't think the delay that's in that documentary is because people are signing it off and it's just all natural. I think there's going to be something in that that's really big, really juicy. I think you're going to see something backstage that is going to have repercussions. I think that documentary matters. I think it matters. And I think the timing that they release it matters as well. So I think at the moment they're sitting on it because it's not the right time to release it. I think there was probably a plan and they were probably going to release it, and you know how plans change. And so now we find ourselves in the situation where we still haven't seen this documentary, but I really, really would not be surprised if the watches and him giving the watches are in that documentary. I would not be surprised. In fact, I expect it. And then I think that's where you'll see then The Rock, get this watch, probably scoff at it. Things will get worse as they head towards WrestleMania. And then after WrestleMania, we'll see that watch being handed back. And then that'll obviously play into the Rock Cody story as we move forward. So that is the leading theory. And Cody did come out and say it. I mean, I can't say we know that it's that, but he did come out and say it was a returned gift. We know it was a returned gift. And watch just makes too much sense. So I'm feeling pretty good it's that. Pretty good that it's that. I watch Wrestling Days tonight. I've lost someone very close. McAvoy production. Shout out to you, my friend. I'm really sorry to hear that. Watching tonight is going to keep me distracted. Well, McAvoy production, I'm so sorry to hear that you've lost someone close. I mean, that is really, really difficult, of course. And, you know, look after yourself. Surround yourself with good people, supportive people, people that you can talk to. You know, make sure that you're checking in on yourself and you're doing something nice, having something nice to drink, having something nice to eat, keeping your spirits up. You know, I suppose it's one of those where you've just got to try and stay as positive as possible. It's a very difficult thing to do, but you got to try and stay as positive as possible. So thoughts with you, my friend. Hopefully there'll be a juicy QR codes that can take your mind off things for a few moments. James said, interesting career change for Gable Steveson. Yeah. So he's gone into NFL, hasn't he? He's playing with the Bills now. The Buffalo Bills. So he's with them. And I don't know. I mean, it's a very difficult one, isn't it? Because he denies the allegations. So allegations came out against him. He denies them. And I don't quite know what happened with them. I don't think there was enough... I don't want to say, because off the top of my head I don't know, but I know that it didn't go to court and all that stuff. So I don't know if there was not enough evidence or what, right? But there's obviously enough there where the court of public opinion have made a decision, and you know, it's difficult. I think this is really difficult. It's difficult if you're. I always put myself in that situation where anyone could come out and accuse anyone of anything, and I'm not saying that's what's happened. I'm just saying I always put myself in that situation where it's like, man, all it takes is someone to come out, say that you've done something, and then that's a game over. Do you know what I mean? And you might not have done anything at all. So, I just don't know. I think for me, this is why I always think I like to see these go to court case. I like to see the evidence being presented. I like to see a jury come out with the verdict and kind of go from there. And I think unless you get that, you're just left in this grey area. You're sort of left in this grey area where people just aren't comfortable with you. And I think that's the truth about Gable Steveson. People were just not comfortable. There was people that were like, no, he did it, he's guilty. And then I think everyone else like me that aren't willing to go that far and say, yeah, he did it. I think we're just left going, I just don't feel comfortable. It's hard to get behind this guy. So, you know, he was doomed. I mean, it just wasn't going to work. And he's now gone to the Buffalo Bills. It's probably wise for him to go into a sports team so that he's just part of a team. And it's not just him on his own. I mean, when they take the field, it's going to be him and his teammates and the opposition, isn't it? So it's probably a wise move, to be honest, to go into a team sport. Plus, also, I think he's missed all the qualifying and stuff for the wrestling. So I don't know that's, you know, I don't think he can make the Olympic team now, which is, you know, a real shame. If he'd been released before, maybe he could have gone to the Olympics and maybe he could have, you know, tried to have gone for a gold medal. But again, he's not been training and stuff like that. You know, would he be able to just get back into it and do it? I don't know. So he's made his choice. I mean, I wish him the best, but I can't help but feel uncomfortable. I just don't know what that situation was. And, you know, I think it's probably best for all involved. There was no clear way forward, was there, in that situation? There was no way that you could see him, like, overcoming that. So, yeah, I think it's probably a wise choice. So, yeah, he's gone to the NFL, but we'll have to see if he's good enough to actually feature and play and, you know, whatnot. So, Mr. Rage Bomb 321, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. I appreciate everyone joining us as we're already 36. How does this time fly, man? 36 minutes in already, and I don't think we've really started even chatting. So, Mr. Rage Bomb, shout out to you. Thomas Jadwin said, I figured out the mirror and one of the masks. It was staring us in the face. I'm going to tag you on X, and it goes back to White Rabbit. Okay. The mirror goes, your theory for the mirror goes all the way back to White Rabbits. So you said that you've tagged me on X. That could be a little problem, but we can have a little look. Do you know what as well, right? True story this, I went through my notifications and like did a load, and then I went on my phone and went through my notifications, right, because I wanted to do a bit more, and all of a sudden I was seeing all these messages that I hadn't seen on the PC. Like, there was all these messages, I was like, I haven't seen these, and it's from like 2 hours ago, but I'd gone back 4 hours. So I don't know if there's a glitch with like X that doesn't show all of the messages sometimes, but like I was like, I haven't seen these. So there's some mental stuff happening with X, man. There's some mental stuff, which probably isn't surprising when you consider the amount of people that Elon laid off, you know? I think one of his first things was to come in and go, you're all fired unless you're going to work 25 hours a day. So yeah, a few little glitches. Anyway, I've got what Thomas was talking about here, so let's, can we bring it in? Can we whoosh it over? So, White Rabbit, we went down the whole Nightbirds. We're going through the Looking Glass. So, you think that this is connecting with Alice in Wonderland? Is this Alice in Wonderland? I don't know who's the Looking Glass, to be honest. I'm guessing that I'm getting Alice vibes here. Getting Alice vibes. But it's not a story that I'm that familiar with, to be honest. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, there's a few thoughts and theories with the mirror. There's a few people that think that the mirror is a portal into like Bray's world. There's a few people that are thinking that it symbolizes Bray because you could sort of make out Bray's face with the mirror. So there's a few people that are kind of thinking along those lines. There was another one that got recommended, whichever fairy tale is Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. Again, I don't know. Is that Snow White? That one got recommended as well, saying that it might be connected in that way. There was other people saying that like there's a whole different world in there. I don't know. I mean, to me, it looks like it is reflecting what's in the room. It's just, as I said before, the perspective is really weird. Like, the perspective of where we are and where the walls are and what the mirror is actually seeing. I mean, I totally understand that, like, from here, it kind of looks like the mirror should be seeing kind of roughly what we're seeing. Like a bookcase, a full bookcase, not just, like, the corner. But again, you know, it's so hard to know where the walls are. Because the corner of the room could be back here. The corner of the room could be this bit here. Like, it feels like the corner of the room's here and this wall just goes straight along, but I don't think that's true. I think it goes further back, and it could be the corners here, which mean then this wall is coming here, but this wall here might be doing something like that. Could be like that. And then, of course, what the mirror is reflecting isn't going to be everything that we're seeing, so it's really difficult. It's really hard to know what the mirror represents. But there we go. That's Thomas's thoughts that it could be something to do with Alice in Wonderland. And is this? I don't know. This is where my lack of Alice knowledge is gonna. This is a jabberwock, a jobberwock. This is a jobber. I think I saw this guy against Bron Breakker actually. So this is a jabberwock, and is that a jabberwock? Jabberwock. Jabberwock? You decide. You decide. So, Thomas, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it. Mitchell said, Jake Paul Tyson match has been postponed. Has it? How come? Why has that been postponed? Tyson, Jake Paul. Let's have a little look. Postponed. The boxing legend is unfit to fight. Right. Heavyweight Tyson influencer Paul was scheduled to fight. The professional sanction will now take place at a later date. Tyson was deemed following an ulcer flare-up he suffered whilst on board a flight. The boxing match has been postponed due to a medical, but I don't know if it says when it's been postponed till. So, I mean, okay. I mean, what I will say is an ulcer flare-up. Okay. You know, that's, you know, can't be helped. I just think it's not great. It's not great if, like, your near 60-year-old opponent can't fight because they didn't pass the medical. Do you know what I mean? 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 That's a tough sell, that, innit? Jake Paul is taking on a near 60-year-olds. And also, fun fact, that 60-year-old didn't pass the medical, right? So I know it's Mike Tyson, yeah? I know who it is, and I know what he did back in the day, but I just think this is a sham, right? This just is a sham. I kind of, like, it's just, honestly, what a fight this is. I mean, we're watching it. The whole world will watch it just to see what happens, but I feel pretty good that Jake's going to get the points victory. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of people like idolize and build up Mike Tyson for what he did back in the day. But the truth is, like, towards the end of his career, he was nowhere near as good as he was in the day. And the end of his career was 20 years ago. So, you know, Mike Tyson in the early 2000s is not the Mike Tyson of the 1980s, early 90s. And so people, I think, when they think of Mike Tyson, they go back to that period. They go back to when he was the baddest man on the planet. That's a long time ago. That's a long time ago, you know? And so I kind of look at that and I think, well, he's only going to have declined from the guy that we saw at the end of his career. He's not going to have got better. He's going to have got slower. His reflexes are going to be slower. His speed is going to be slower. His footwork is not going to be as good. And he was never known for great footwork anyway. The only thing that he may have now is the ability to take some shots. He might have a chin on him, but genuinely, I don't know. I mean, we know that that is something which can go. And we know that power is one of the last things to go, but I don't know. What power has he got at the age of near 60? I mean, it's just mental. This is mental. This is mental. And I made the point as well. I mean, are you really telling me that one of the top cruiserweights around today, someone that's in that top 20, top 30, you're really telling me that they can't punch as hard as Mike Tyson or harder? So, I mean, you're telling me that a 27, 28-year-old cruiserweight, you know, that's doing this professionally now, that's been fighting for like 10 years, training every day, going through training camps, having actual fights. We're saying that there's not people out there that can punch harder than a 60-year-old Mike Tyson. It's the name, isn't it? It's Jake Paul versus the name of Mike Tyson. And I feel like there's probably an agreement in place. It really would not surprise me, right? I would not put this past Mike Tyson. I wouldn't put it past Jake Paul. It would not surprise me if there'd been a sit-down chat where they said, look, we'll go the distance. Jake's going to win. He's got to win, right? He's the young kid that's trying to move forward with his career. Mike's had his career. Mike, you get a big payday. Jake is not going to try and knock you out. Obviously, there's going to be moments where he's going to put it on you, but he's not looking for the knockout. He's not going to go for the knockout. We just want this to go the distance. We'll have the judges score it, and, you know, Jake wins on points. You don't get disgraced. You know, you're near 60 and you go the distance with Jake. I think they've agreed to, I think it's 8 rounds. So it's not 10 or 12. So I think they're going to go 8 rounds as well. So we'll go the distance. There'll be no shame, right? And we'll put on a fight for the world to watch and enjoy. We'll all make money. You'll won't lose any face. You'll get a loss on your record, but It'll be points. And actually, you can gloat at the near age of 60. You went the distance with a 20-something-year-old, you know, who's got dreams of being a world champion. You can go around and gloat about that. And check your bank account because you'll have loads of money as well. And Jake can get the points go forward. I really would not put it past them to have had that conversation. So I'm thinking Jake on points. Whenever this thing happens, I'm thinking Jake on points. If he goes in there and absolutely brutalizes him and knocks him out, that would grab my attention. If he goes in there, I mean, of course there'll be criticism then, because they'll be like, Mike Tyson was nearly 60. The one thing I can't see happening is Tyson knocking Jake Paul out, which might upset a load of people that are desperately hoping that's going to happen. But I just think, what's Tyson bringing? He ain't bringing speeds. He ain't bringing mobility. He ain't bringing movement. He ain't bringing reflexes. I don't know what his chin is like. What if he gets cracked with a big overhand from Jake Paul? Is Tyson just going to suck it up? Well, if he does suck it up, how many times can he suck it up? I mean, I just can't. And what's Tyson going to offer in return? He's going to offer some shots which probably aren't as powerful as cruiserweights today. The kind of cruiserweights that I would imagine Jake trains with on a regular basis. Because you know that he's got a, you know, no, money is no object. Get me the best sparring partners. Get me the best that you can get. Yeah. So I just can't see it being anything else. So that's kind of where I stand on it. But it's probably not great if your near 60-year-old opponent can't pass his medical, you know. Tea Time, shout out to you, buds. Tea Time said, howdy days. Howdy. Catching your live streams. I've been down the past few days, but I do like the videos and the night. But is that why you've been there? I've been watching a lot of your channel days, and I gotta tell you, I'm really down. I'm really down. It's really lowered my mood. But Tea Time, shout out to you, my friends. So I've been watching the live streams, and I've been down a little bit the past few days. All joking aside, of course, I wish you nothing but the best. And I hope that the QR code tonight can distract a little bit. So I've been watching Nightbirds, and it's been helping distract, let's go, from what I'm going through. And yes, mirror, mirror, that is Snow White. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I didn't feel like I would or should feel any shame for this. But maybe I should. But I have not seen that many Disney films. Right? I know. I didn't expect to say that. But, I mean, we all know The Rescuers is goated, right? Clearly. That is one that I watched when I was young. I did find it a bit weird when I was young. I mean, not because it was talking mice, but because the story was so quite intense. Some of these Disney films, man, I mean, even Lion King, you got to deal with, like, do you know what I mean? It ain't just sing-songs, is it? You got to deal with, like, a dad getting murdered, basically. And Bambi, I mean, let's not even go there. Do you know what I mean? Like, some of the stuff they're doing in these films, you have to think twice as to whether you want to subject your kids to them. So, anyway, I have not seen many. There's many that I have not seen. And that includes Snow White and Beauty and the Beast, and I haven't seen Little Mermaids. I've not seen Lady and the Tramp. In fact, I could go through a list. It's most of them I have not seen. So any references to stuff like that is going to be... It's going to be tricky for me. But, you know, it's one of those where these films are so popular, you kind of hear things in other films, or just, you know, it's kind of, I don't know where I get the information from. It's just life. Somehow these things just pop up. You might see a trailer somewhere. You might see, like, you know, a trailer for a remastering and stuff like that. So... I've not seen a lot of these things, but like Mirror Mirror on the Wall definitely makes me think Snow White. So good to have that confirmed, Tea Time. Good to have that confirmed. But we all know the greatest Disney film of all time is Cool Runnings. And it is Disney. And it does count. And it is the greatest film. It might even be better than The Godfather. Right? Very similar, actually, if you think about it. So, Cool Runnings. I saw that in the cinema when it came out. And it's always been one of my favorite films. So, Disney do some great things. And actually, they have every episode of The Simpsons on Disney Plus here in the UK. So, you've got to give them props for that as well, haven't you? You've got to give them props for that. So, they do some good stuff. But I don't think that, like, killing Bambi's mom was one of them. But tea time, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the kind words and the support. And we will distract. We will find a way of distracting, my friends. Dorknight, Mudfather said, James, I have a problem with you. So, okay, we've got a little bit of beef in the chat, which is good to see. I always like an edge in the chat, to be honest. I do always like it where we've got community members kind of going off at each other, because you don't want to be sat here bored, and I don't want to be sat here bored. So if we can kind of stir up a little bit of drama within the community, I'm definitely here for that. So, James, I've got a comment here from Dorknight. Dorknight says, James, you a fat hoe. So that's what he just said. Right? Not my words. Not my words. So, do with that whatever you will, James. Do with that. It would be a shame if you fired back with something, James. That would be a shame. I think you should try and rise above it, James. Yeah? But I'll leave that to you. Christopher said, hey Days, what do we think about the QR code tonight? Tonight, I think that we're going to get doorbell footage. I think that it's going to link to that image that we saw on Monday. I think, obviously, the theory was that on Monday we invaded Nikki Cross's house. And then that means that the next place that we might go is Rowan's house. And the reason why people think that is because of the journal. It was Nikki first. Then we moved on to Rowan. Then we moved on to Dexter Loomis. And then we move on to Joe Gacy. So people are thinking that we may visit them in that order. So even though we don't believe that it was Nikki Cross's house now, it seems to be Rob Fee's. It's still kind of making us think that there's a chance we go to Rowan's place tonight. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we go and visit Rowan, because that's the only theory that we've got, really, is that they're following that journal. So, but as I said, there's big doubt as to whether we've even been to Nikki's place. We could end up going to Nikki's tonight, actually going to Nikki's and ringing the doorbell, right? And we might even hear her answer the doorbell. I mean, I think you'll hear a voice, of course. Someone's going to have to talk. So whoever we visit, I think there's a chance we won't see them, because we'll be seeing what the camera sees, and that points outside. So we'll see Howdy, or we'll see the bride, or we'll see whatever we see. But who are we going to hear? Who is going to answer the door? So it's going to be interesting, isn't it? It's going to be interesting. So I'm expecting that video of a doorbell. And I think as soon as we hear the voice, hopefully we go, that's Rowan. That is definitely Rowan. I am very prepared for there to be audio clips of tonight, and then people sending me clips of, say, Rowan speaking and comparing the two, going, a lot have compared them. It definitely is. I'm ready for that. That's what I'm expecting. And then, like, people will be like, it's definitely Rowan, definitely Rowan. And then, but it'll be a case of who is at the door. I'm guessing Howdy, and I'm sure you'll be guessing Howdy as well. And then, you know, what are the little, there'll obviously be something in the source codes. There might be a little hidden words. Obviously, the URL we're going to have to work out. There may be another little thing in there. It might be something like another questionnaire. You know, I mean, they could blow us away, couldn't they? I mean, I'm sat here expecting doorbell footage. They could come along and drop another flipping questionnaire, couldn't they? Or more of the article. Because we had her missing. Then we had another article, didn't we, that was attached to that, that spoke about those two people that went into the cave, right? Who actually really went into the cave. So we could get another news article. Could be something along those lines as well. But I do think whatever we get is going to also connect to Monday. Because I think that the ring footage connects to today. So surely we're going to get a little clue, a little tease for Monday, you know? Again, what would that be, though? I mean, you've got to sort of think about, where are these cameras? How is this stuff being captured? So you've got to sort of think about, what else can we use from a camera perspective? Could it be the camera on a car? You know, there's cameras on Teslas, isn't there? I've seen lots of videos of people watching back their Cybertruck footage, and apparently there's cameras all around the Cybertruck. So as people come over to get their picture taken with the Cybertruck, you can actually sit in the car when you get back from shopping and actually look and see what your cameras have recorded and watch all the people posing next to your car. I've seen footage of that. So there's cars that have got cameras built in. There's CCTV, of course. So we could use CCTV. People have got home security cameras. So we could see home security cameras. We've already done a phone camera. Of course, we did that. We're expecting a doorbell camera. So home CCTV, we could get that. Camera on a car, we could get that. Don't know, anything, any kind of footage like that, but I think you've got to find a way of explaining how the footage was captured. So that's why, like, cameras kind of out in the real world's quite kind of interesting. So we'll have to see, but somewhat along those lines, bud, somewhat along those lines. George, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Appreciate the support. George said, Days, I can't wait for Clash at the Castle. My first time... Oh, you're going, are you? Have a great time. Have a great time. Oh, look at George. Money bags over here, eh? We know those tickets are expensive, George. Yeah? I can only imagine George is like a playboy or something like this. So, first time going to a WWE event. I'm dreading Punk showing up. I don't want to have to boo him. I'm going to be surrounded by angry Scots. Well, in all fairness, George, anywhere you go in Scotland, you're going to be surrounded by angry Scots. It's the only emotion they have. So, I think that, you know, you'll be fine. It's just a normal night, to be honest, in Scotland. And yeah, I think that CM Punk costing Drew is gonna obviously make people angry, but I really think that he's gonna have to make that choice. I think so that CM Punk doesn't get all of the blame. I really think that there's gonna have to be a choice that Drew makes. Does he pin Damian and get the title, or does he get his revenge on CM Punk? And honestly, it could be that he chooses Punk, grabs him, starts like smashing away at Punk. Punk could be like smiling as the referee counts 10. And ding, ding, ding. And like Drew's like got CM Punk here. He's got his fist. And like he looks back at the referee and the referee has ended the match. You know? And he's thrown the title away. You know, at that point, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Drew had a choice to make, and he arguably made the wrong choice. It is Punk's fault, and Drew will blame Punk. But Punk will say you did it again. You got distracted. You took your eyes off the prize. You had that belt at WrestleMania. You could have just walked away. You didn't. You didn't. Instead, you decided to come and gloat, rub it in my face. And you think I'm just taking that. You know, where's your belt now? And then at Clash at the Castle, you had an opportunity to win. But again, rather than rub it in my face, you wanted to smash me in the face so bad that you never got that belt back, did you? Where's your title now? And I kind of feel like that would be an ending that keeps it on Damian. It is CM Punk that was to blame. But you got to put a little bit of that blame onto Drew as well. And people have said, like, maybe you wrap things up with that situation, and then there's a message that interrupts, and you could have Nikki Cross on screen, which would be get a big pop. You know, maybe at Clash at the Castle, we see the bride, like, finally reveal herself to be Nikki. That would be great. Finally reveals herself to be Nikki Cross. And she's there on the screen, the crowd, you can hear them going crazy. Like, chanting for Nikki and chanting for Howdy, and, like, fireflies are out. And she just goes, see you Monday. See you Monday. End of the show. Boom. Drama. Amazing. Ticks all the boxes. Title stays on Damian. Drew threw his chance away, but he did it because of Punk. Build to Drew versus Punk. I mean, look, Drew could absolutely win. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say he's got no chance. He's got every chance. He's got every chance. I don't know, like, are we going to do Drew CM Punk for the title at Money in the Bank, and then we do CM Punk Gunther? Or we do Drew versus Gunther? I mean, I don't know. I really think that you do Drew Punk and you build Damian as a face. And to be honest with you, I also think that at SummerSlam, you could have Finn turn on Damian. Finn costs Damian, right? Because they've drifted apart. Finn wants to be the heel, and Damian's trying to do things the right way, and they're kind of butting heads. And then at SummerSlam, Finn costs Damian. Gunther becomes the new world champion, and then you start a Damian-Finn feud, and you've got your CM Punk Drew feud, and you've got Gunther with the title, and there's someone floating around that's got Money in the Bank. So I kind of feel like you're coming out of SummerSlam in a good place with a lot of stuff going on and a lot of interesting stuff going on. So that's the kind of thing I would be thinking if I was booking. But I'm not booking. And probably what they'll end up doing will be better. So I'm excited to see what they come up with. I'm excited to see where it goes. But don't worry about it, dude. George. Just take some Iron Brew with you, and if the Scots do get a little bit rowdy, you can just ooh, would you like this? Give it to them. They settle right down. It's like catnip. So, just little bottles. You don't need anything too big. You don't want to carry loads around, but just little bottles of Iron Brew like that. And then if anyone does get a little bit rowdy, just be like, here you go, like this, and that's fine. They'll settle down. So, George, shout out to you, my friends. Wrestling Russ said, I'm just saying hello. Howdy. Looking forward to going to SmackDown next week in Louisville and possibly SummerSlam. Jesus. Look at you. Going off to SmackDown, going off to SummerSlam. Well, someone's living a good life. I hope everyone is well. Wrestling Rush, shout out to you, my friends. I think SummerSlam's going to be epic this year. I'm so excited for it. I really feel like we've gone. It's rude to say into a lull, and I don't really mean that we have gone into a lull, but I think we can agree that the build for WrestleMania was captivating and dramatic, and we had The Rock doing promos on social media, and do you know what I mean? Like, there was a lot that was going on. And we've kind of come out of that now. And other than Nightbird, if Nightbird wasn't around, I think the shows would be solid. And I think there'd be some stories like the Live Revenge Tour, Chad and Otis. We've just done King and Queen of the Ring. So, I mean, there's perfectly acceptable stuff that's happening. But we are, at the moment, just lacking those big OMG moments. I suppose Rhea having to give up the title is one of those. And I think Jordan Grace on Tuesday was one of those. I know a lot of people got excited for Ethan Page. I said on Tuesday, I don't really have much knowledge of Ethan Page. I don't watch TNA. So, like, what they did with him in AEW is the only kind of exposure that I had to Ethan Page, and they did nothing with him in AEW. Like, to me, this is like, I don't know, Nick Komoroto coming over, So to me, like, I know a lot of people like him, and there was a lot of excitement, but I am having to wait to see, like, okay, show me what you can do. So we'll see, obviously, where it leads and what he can provide now that he's seemingly a WWE superstar, even though he claims to have not signed any contracts. But yeah, I am definitely looking at what's going on in wrestling beyond Nightbirds, and I think it's solid. I think WWE are in a really good place. I just also think that we're lacking the spectacular, but I think that arrives at SummerSlam. And probably, moments before as well. I mean, we're not going to go through June and July without spectacular moments. We'll get the odd bit here and there, but I think SummerSlam and the build for SummerSlam, I think that's hopefully where we're going to get the real juicy stuff. So, yeah, I really am looking forward to like a really fun, good summer. I said this the other day. I'm really hoping we have a summer that we look back on. You remember the summer of Punk? You remember the summer of Punk? I don't know that we get the summer of Punk this year. I don't know kind of what condition he's in, when he's going to be able to return. But I really hope that we get a good summer. And I hope we look back on this summer and we call it the summer of blah, blah, blah. Maybe it's going to be the summer of Liv. I don't know. But I really hope we look back on this summer and it's the summer of somebody. And it's a good summer, and it's a summer that we remember fondly. Maybe it'll be the summer of Nightbirds. Maybe it'll be the summer of Bo. Maybe it'll be the summer of angry Scots people. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But I'm excited. Christopher said, I'm going to go to SummerSlam this year. God, everyone, is there anyone going to be on the streams? Apparently the whole community is going to SummerSlam. So this year's SummerSlam watch-along is going to be me sat here just twiddling my thumbs. I said thumbs. And I hopefully won't just be sat here by myself. But yes, no, have a great time. If you're going to SummerSlam, obviously if you're going to Clash at the Castle, if you're going to Money in the Bank, if you're going to Raw, if you're going to SmackDown, if you're going to a house show, hope you have a fantastic time. I went to an NXT house show, didn't I, about a month or so ago? Loved it. Loved it. And you know, it's mental to go back and look at it now, because main event was Trick Williams, literally just before he won the title. Co-main event was Lyra Valkyria versus Tatum Paxley. You know, she's killed. I mean, like, if I compare the past month that I've had with the past month that Lyra's had, you do just go, God, I've just got life wrong, didn't I? Look at the month that Lyra Valkyria has had compared to the month I've had. she's got life so worked out. But I wish her nothing but the best. She's great talent, and yeah, I saw her in a room of a few hundred people a month ago, and now here she is, you know, going to Saudi Arabia, competing in the final of Queen of the Ring, picking up a win on Monday against Kairi Sane. You know, she's going to go on to big things, Lyra. She'll be a multiple-time women's champion. And actually, it makes more sense now that we know that Becky's taken a bit of time away. I think that they're really, really trying to build Lyra up as that Becky replacement, that Irish babyface female, right? That I could see. She's not going to be that Becky replacement. It's hard, isn't it? I mean, she's not got the star power, but they're really trying to build her up. Really trying to make it so that, you know, this is someone you should be aware of. So, a lot of love for Lyra. Got a lot of time for Lyra. I wish her absolutely nothing but the best. I believe that Uncle Howdy was receiving the words of the red in that picture that dropped yesterday, said Angel. Blind SF said, my friend is going to take me to SummerSlam to celebrate my senior high school year, and he's forcing me not to pay anything. Oh, God, I hate it when people force you to not pay anything. Not even for food. Oh, where does this guy get off? I offered to split, and he won't let me. That's what you call a dub friend. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's you know, what a treat that is to be able to go to SummerSlam and it's all just going to get paid for you. I mean, mate, you've killed that. Yeah, that's amazing. There's a lot of jealous people in the chat right now, let me tell you. Days, if you check Nikki Cross, she's tweeted, and if you look at her glasses like the therapist, you can see figures. Look at Nikki Cross. She has tweeted. Is this the tweet from... Is this the tweet from before? No. Oh, no, I've not seen this tweet. This was an hour ago, and let's go... Douche. Well, actually, I've got a whole new... oh, that's not too bad, is it? I mean, I don't think I can zoom into it, though. That's as big as I can get it here. Let's go here, and here. And let's look at this. Look at all these Nikki Crosses we've got, eh? There better be someone in these glasses now. After we're going through all this effort. I don't know how big to make it. Oh. I'm actually wrecking the stream. I'm pulling things out that shouldn't be. All right, here we go. Look at the size of this. I might just leave it there. There we go. Can you see something in the reflection? Probably got to go a bit bigger, ain't I? Even bigger. Here we go. Wonder if I'll be able to get her face in. Here it is. Ba ba ba. Is there? I mean, it's one of them, innit, where maybe in the top left of her left eye, there's like a Phantom of the Opera thing. The Phantom of the Opera is here. Inside your mind. And then, I don't know, I can't see no boomers. Are you telling me there's some boomers in here? I don't see it personally, but maybe someone can be like, no, it's here, look, clearly you can see, look, Uncle Howdy is waving to us. Look, here's Uncle Howdy, here's the bride. I don't know, I don't see it personally. Don't know. There is that phenomenon, isn't there, where you can see faces where there's potentially not. I think there's a lot of that goes on. I'm not saying that's here. I mean, maybe next to her eye, her right eye, our left, as we look at the left eye, but her right eye. If you go over and just a little bit down, maybe. But then I don't know what, you know, the reflection of the phone that is she holding a phone, or is someone taking this? Oh no, someone else is taking it. So there's got to be a reflection of somebody, something, because someone else is taking this picture. So there's got to be a reflection, but I'm struggling to see that. Lovely seeing a smile though. Look at that. I can't even get it all in the thing, but there we go. Do you see something in there other than Nikki Cross? She got anything up her nose? No, she's fine. She's clear. Good to see. There we go. Don't know. What do you think? Yeah? No? Maybe? Hard to say sometimes, isn't it? Hard to say. In the corner of the glasses, there is a little circle, like someone is standing there. I'll bring it back up. There you go. Alexa Bliss comes back at SummerSlam, said Jeremy, and she comes out with a lantern. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, I'm getting another giant Days head printed. Well, I'm so pleased to hear that. That is great news, Wrestle with Andy. Can we do a poll for what reaction face gets printed? Well, can you just do me a favor and not flipping lose this one? Because I don't know if people heard, but Wrestle with Andy decided to surprise us all by printing my head, like huge, right? And holding it up on the Go Home Smackdown. I think this was the Go Home for WrestleMania, wasn't it? And I had people going, oh, I can see like your head in the crowd. I was like, yeah, that's Wrestle with Andy that's doing that. And, you know, the community had great fun with it and everything. And it was great. And then, you know, all these good vibes, they completely went out the window because Wrestle with Andy lost my head, lost it in Philadelphia, doesn't know where it's gone. It's still floating around somewhere. So probably someone's found it. So that means that someone, somewhere in Philadelphia has got my giant head. And I gotta tell you, that is quite unnerving because I don't know what they're doing to me. They could be doing anything to me. They could be doing anything to my giant head. And God only knows what pictures could pop up on social media, you know? So it would be great if you didn't lose this one, Andy. Yeah. But I can do a poll. It's called pareidolia, said Mike. What, when you lose someone's head? What reaction? Happy? Shocked? I think, didn't you do shocked last time? Sad? Oh no, people are probably like angry. Or other. There you go. Don't you dare lose this one. Because you know what it's like in Scotland. Someone will find it and they'll flip and sell it for drugs. Hassan said, Days, I wanted to ask a question. We need to get back, got back into wrestling before Survivor Series. Okay, that was a good time. So pretty much well into it. But I do struggle to concentrate during the boring matches. How do I start? Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't tend to find there being too many boring matches at the premium live events, right? I would say that during like matches on Raw and SmackDown, I think there's moments where we can all struggle, right? I think it's honestly, you see a lot of wrestling, and you know, if the storyline is something that has got you and has grabbed your attention, then you'll probably find the match, you know, holds your attention because obviously you'll care about who wins, you'll be rooting for somebody, and you'll be hoping that they get the victory and they move forward. But there's so much TV time and there's so many superstars and there's so many stories and not everything lands. It would be impossible for everything to land. So you are going to get stuff you just don't care about. You are going to get things that you're not bothered about. I would just say don't worry too much about those. Like, don't try and force yourself to enjoy it because I just don't know that that's the right way forward. I would just say, like, don't worry about it. Try and see if you can get into stories before it gets to matches. Sometimes that's hard because sometimes they only show you a little backstage thing and then boom, you go straight to the match. You know, that happens a lot where they set the match up with a little backstage altercation or two people run into each other. There's a few words that are exchanged. Oh, yeah. Well, how about we sort this out in the ring? And then boom, someone's making their entrance and you're about to go to that match. So you just haven't really had any chance to really get into it. I mean, I would say at that point, you're really just dealing with how do you feel about the wrestlers before the show even began, you know? It might be Ricochet bumps into Ivar backstage. Some words are exchanged and then boom, there's a match. So what I would say is that I actually like Ivar. I think that he's very athletic. I mean, you know, for the size, he can do moonsaults. He's coming off the top. He's chucking himself around. Obviously, Ricochet. You don't really tend to see someone that's got Ricochet's crispness. Lots of high flyers, but he's really quick with it, and his execution is normally bang on as well. So he's so experienced. He's been doing it so long. He's a veteran, really. And so I think whenever you get an opportunity to see Ricochet in action, there's always going to be something that's going to catch your eye. Ivar, very agile, big man, chucks himself around. You know, you'd kind of look at that and go, well, both of these could do with a win, really. Both of these could do with some momentum. So I'd be watching that, you know, and those would be the things I'd be looking out for. Is someone going to do something that I've not seen before? Normally, they chuck in some spots to try and pop social media. So you're normally going to get something, you know? But yeah, I would say don't worry so much about it. I mean, I think the honest answer is we all have times and matches and superstars that we just don't feel a connection with, because you're not going to feel a connection with everything. But hopefully there's enough in the show that you do care about, and there's enough in the show that you do feel that you want to watch and be invested in and care about, that it makes you want to keep coming back for more. I mean, we went through 2019, and I promise you, 2019 was rough, because I remember doing streams where at the end we would say, you know, a lot of them matches didn't matter, didn't really care about them, didn't care who won, didn't really matter. It just felt like we were killing time. And there's been so much of that over the years. So many matches where you just feel like they've got a good open, a good close. Maybe the start of the hours are good. And then, you know, you'll do Apollo Crews versus Baron Corbin. right? Something like that that's had very little builds, and you're just like, I just don't care. I mean, whoever wins this, it doesn't make any difference. They're not going to use them. They're not going to progress. No, they're not going to move forwards. The result isn't going to matter. There are other wrestlers I would rather be watching right now. And so I think you just get a lot of that, unfortunately. And 2019, there was loads of that. I remember saying the Funhouse is the only good thing we've got at the moment. It's the only thing I really find myself caring about. And then, of course, arguably, things got worse when we went to the pandemic. And obviously then we couldn't bring in surprises. We couldn't have shocks and stuff, because how are you going to do that when everyone's got to self-isolate and you can't really afford to have loads of people around? So, you know, returning superstars and stuff like that was very limited. Surprises and shocks were limited as soon as we got into the pandemic. So lots of challenges at that time. You know, a whole WrestleMania in a warehouse. I mean, come on. Crazy. So, you know, it was a time where you could do some experimenting and you could try a few things that, you know, hadn't been done. I certainly think the cinematic matches were a positive that came out of them. I didn't enjoy all of them. But I think about things like Money in the Bank, which was done inside the headquarters, and I do have a fond memory of that. So, you know, you can't say absolutely everything at that time was garbage, throw it away. But again, the shows overall were not great. The shows overall, I don't know that anyone's going back to the Raws and the Smackdowns of that time and going, yeah, these are my favorite. This is a golden age for wrestling, you know? I don't know that anyone's really feeling that way about that period. And I would say the Thunderdome was even worse. I mean, it really was just getting worse and worse and worse. But at least at that point, we've started the Roman and the Bloodline story. And so at least at that point, even if you've got matches that you're like, I just can't, at least you've got the Bloodline story and you're like, yeah, I'm into this. And Bray was around at that point as well, of course, and The Fiend, and, you know, we were doing all those things. So, you know, there was things that was still compelling, that still was grabbing your attention. But it's hard. It's hard for all of us. There's definitely moments in shows that you're like, I'm not bothered about this. But I think it's just as long as you're willing to accept that, you know, as long as you're willing to go, that's all right. It's all right that not everything appeals. But I like Drew. I like CM Punk. I like Cody. I like the Bloodline. I like Lyra Valkyria. I like Ilya Dragunov. I like Bron Breakker. Do you know what I mean? You go down a list and there's just tons that you do enjoy. Makes the bits that aren't as good, you know, acceptable, fine, passable, not a problem. Can deal with that, because after this we've got Bailey promo, you know. So yeah, that is something that I think we all deal with, to be honest. Days, don't I? Shout out to you. Serious question. Who's your favorite wrestler born in each state in the USA? Who do you think would make a great 50-man Royal Rumble? I do love that question, you know. I do love that question. Do you know, I'm going to write that down, because that is the kind of topic that I would be really interested in doing on the second channel. I want to try and find... There's a couple of things I want to do with the second channel. There's a couple of things I want to do from the second channel. I love opinions, and I love the reviews. I think they serve a purpose. People seem to enjoy them. I do try to make them about the 20-minute mark. Certainly the review. Opinions goes longer. But people seem to enjoy them. And we've done a couple of really interesting Nightbird opinions, getting your thoughts. So I definitely think turning up questions that I ask you guys and getting your thoughts on things. I think that the second channel is there for that. I think it's good for that. And I think that it's hopefully something people will enjoy, right? So I'm definitely here for more of that. But there's probably a space for some fun videos. Videos that are like what you've just said. What's the best wrestler from every state? That would be something I would really enjoy sitting down and doing, actually. Like, you can easily go on Wikipedia, find the list of wrestlers that have come from that state, go down and pick one, and then move on to the next state and then, you know, get a list together. I think that's a really good suggestion. So I'm actually going to write that down. Favorite wrestler for each state. So I'm going to put that one. I don't know. The 50-man Royal Rumble one's a bit difficult because, I mean, I don't know. Are you just picking your 50 favorite wrestlers for that? We could maybe do that one, but I really like the state one. That one's got a bit more of a parameter to it. I feel like perfect 50-man Royal Rumble, you're basically just telling your 50 favorite wrestlers, aren't you? I feel like that's basically a different way of just saying that. Whereas this one has got an interesting parameter to it. Like, you've got to pick your favorite wrestlers, but you can only have one from each. So what if you've got like 5 all from New York? You're going to have to pick your favorite, aren't you? So I like that. And what about when you get to a place where there haven't been many wrestlers and you're like, Jesus, who am I going to pick from here? So I think that is more interesting to me than the Royal Rumble one. So I really like that. Serious question, serious answer. I really like it. Mitchell, shout out to you, said, in honor of the chat, what is the poll for? Oh, so Wrestle with Andy just asked that, or said that he was thinking of doing another day's head for when he goes to Clash at the Castle. And so he was saying, what reaction should it be? And I said, I don't care what reaction it is, as long as you don't flipping lose it this time. So that is where we got to with that. David said, why couldn't Jerry Lawler cash his WWF checks at the bank? They knew he was into puppies, not pandas. What? Why couldn't Jerry Lawler cash his WWE checks in at the bank? They knew he was into puppies, not pandas. What the hell does that mean? Is panda a slang word for a check? Have you visited us from the 1960s? Like, what's going on? What's this? I don't know what that means. I get the puppies bit. Yeah. Yeah. But I don't get the rest of it. Please respond. Right, let's go down. We've got Niall said Uncle Harry. I know. Oh, God, I know. I know. If you didn't see it, honestly, I loved it. And I've had so many people tell me that they loved it as well. I know. So many people have got in touch saying they loved this from one of the, I think, was it the latest video? Where we actually had this moment, Shaquem. So Shaquem, oh, my hand goes behind. That sucks. So Shaquem says, we showed this. Because what I've started getting, and I've had a few more through as well, is like fun Nightbird things. And I think it's just something a little different, you know? We don't do a video where we only look at the fun memes, but I think if we're going to look at theories and thoughts, it is nice to put in a few fun little bits in there as well, just as a bit of a breather, like, I know this has been quite heavy, but check this out. And people love this one. So, Shaquem, I said in a video that someone had actually tried to get in touch with WWE Shop and asked them if they knew anything about Uncle Howdy, right? And I said, could you imagine if that had worked? And WWE Shop just went, yeah, here's everything you want to know, right? And it was just a joke. Well, Shaquem took that to heart and got in touch with WWE Shop about 20 hours ago and said, hi, Uncle Howie? He put Uncle Howie? I mean, how long have we been talking about Uncle Howdy? I mean, Uncle Howdy has been mentioned not only during this campaign, but during Bray's last run, you know? So Uncle Howie is quite the mistake, I think, to make, right? But it's a beautiful mistake. I love the mistake. I love it. I love everything about this. I would not change anything about this. To me, this is a gift. This is a gift. This is a gift from the gods of comedy, right? This is like, here you go, right? So, hi, Uncle Howie. Uncle Howie! This poor girl, man. And hi, this is Emma. Oh, Emma, I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm partially to blame for this, right? But it is definitely more Shaquem. Can I help you with anything tonight? Look at this. It's flipping 10:27. 10:20. This poor woman, she's probably been there all day. She wants to go home. She's like, oh, God, I've got someone asking for Uncle Howie now. Can I help you with anything tonight, sir? Shaquem's like, do you know anything about Uncle Howie? Do you know anything about... Tell me everything you know about Uncle Howie now. She's just... Oh, Jesus Christ. I need a drink. I don't know why they don't let us drink at work. This is where I need it most. I've got someone asking for Uncle Howie. Do you mean Uncle Howdy? And Shaquem's like, yes. Oh my God, I love it so much. I just love putting myself in her shoes, man. I just love putting myself in her mindset where she's just getting these messages and she's just like, oh God, I should have been a lawyer. My parents, they said stay in university. You need an education. You don't know where you're going to end up or what's going to happen if you don't have that as a support. And now I'm here at 10:27 answering someone who's asking for Uncle Howie. I could have been a lawyer. I could have been a doctor. I could have done something with my life. Oh, God, I love it. It's a gift. It's a flipping gift, that is. So, Shaquem, I don't know if you're around, but I flipping loved that. And so many people loved it as well. I had so many messages. So many people have got in touch going, Uncle Howie? Are we going to see Uncle Howie tonight? Like, I hope so. We better. Right. Thomas said, Uncle Howdy's reflection is in the back arguing about the price of sausage rolls. That does sound like an Uncle Howdy thing to do, yes. We came to the conclusion that he does look like someone that lives in a gambling shop, a betting shop. He'll gamble on the horse racing. He'll have a go on the slot machine. And then when he's lost a load of money, he might have a good day, but normally he'll lose a bit. He'll grab like a sausage roll or some fish and chips. He'll go and get a pint. He'll meet up with the local lads, have a drink, go back home. He'll put one bar on the fire. He'll have one of those Calagas fires, and he'll put one. But he doesn't want to go crazy because he can't afford another gas canister for like till the end of the month when the gyro comes in. So, you know, just one bar for now. Puts his leather jacket on, keeps that on in the house, right? The washing up is piling up. He'll sit there. He's probably got a newspaper from like 6 days ago that he's kind of halfway through the crossword with. And he'll have a little look at the crossword, whatever. And he'll put his little travel TV on. You know, it's all a bit tinny. And he'll sit there with his one bar on. And he'll go down his crossword. That is Uncle Howdy, isn't it? And no one will ever tell me different. That is Uncle Howdy. So I could definitely see him arguing the price of sausage rolls. God bless him. I hope he never changes. It was good to see him go to the park, actually. Couldn't believe it. He doesn't normally venture over to the park. So, well, I mean, there was the once. And, you know, thankfully it got settled out of court, but... Ashley88, shout out to you. Says, you're one of my favourite streamers. Have a good weekend. Ashley, appreciate the kind words, my friends. I hope that you have a great weekend as well. Hopefully it's going to be a weekend of surprises. You know, Howdy could always drop another journal update, couldn't he, at the weekend? I don't think that that's something which we should ignore or think is not going to happen. He could drop a QR code today, and then on Sunday he could update his journal. I mean, it's been a while. Probably worth, but he'd probably moan about the price of sausage rolls. But he could pop another little entry in his journal, couldn't he, Uncle Howdy? Or Uncle Howie. Oh, God. I would love to see a picture of that Emma girl. Because I've got a mental picture of her, but I don't know if she's going to be like really positive and just a lovely person, or if she's just going to, you know what I mean? She's just like this. In my mind, she's like this. In my mind, she's giving up. She's just, do you know what I mean? It'll be one of them. But she might be lovely. She might be like, that might be that Emma girl. And I hope it is. I hope that it's just brushed off her. The whole Uncle Howie debacle. But in my mind, that's not how she's took it. It's one of them. She is so close to walking out of that job. She is so close. Maybe we can push her over the edge. Maybe we should all get in touch with WWE Shop and ask for Emma. Is Emma there? Is Emma there? We'll just bombard Emma. Don't. This girl, honestly, I think she's close to breaking. Don't do it. Don't do it. But, hello, can I speak to Emma, please? Hi, this is Emma. Emma, how are you, love? Is everything okay? She'll be like, yeah, can I help you with anything at all? Listen, do you need to talk about the Uncle Howie debacle? Do you need to talk about the Uncle Howie situation? Did you have a good drink afterwards? Well, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, but if there's anything I can help you with at all, God, Emma, you are so professional. You are so professional, and you are so good at this job, Emma. I just wanted to stop by to tell you that. Because she's a flipping super trooper, that girl. Sending her nothing but love. Dormouse said there is a window in the center and a door in the right eye. Sorry about the timing. There is a window in the center and a door in the right eye. Well, I can see a strip of light, which looks very similar in both eyes. You can see it more towards the right in her right eye, the left eye as we're looking at it, and you can see it towards the left in the left eye, but right eye as we're looking at it. Then there is something over towards the left of the right eye, left eye as we're looking at it. And I don't know that I can see anything, to be honest. I don't know that I look at that and see like, oh my God, yes, there is definitely something there, someone there. I don't really see that, but again, if people do, I'm here, I'm listening. I'm just like Fraser Crane. So we'll have to see. I don't know. Maybe someone will be like, oh my God, yeah, look, that's the head, here's the body, and you go, oh my God, I can see it now. But I think I've just looked at so many images and stared at them for so long that my brain is now broken. My brain now, like, I just can't see anything anymore. I can look at images that have got people in and I'm like, I just can't see the person. I just can't see anything anymore. My brain is actually fried now. This campaign is ruining me. And also, I mean, I'm just getting bombarded with people talking about birds. That's all I've had today. I've never learnt so much about birds in my life. But that's where we are now. People are telling me about all the different birds and what they mean. And it definitely isn't a swan because they don't have many swans in North America or something. I don't know. So it's probably true. It's probably not a swan. It's probably something else. But, oh, God. We're being forced down roads that I was just not ready for. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't prepared to be. I'm all right with learning about Roman mythology and Greek mythology and Plato's cave and stuff like that, but birds, I wasn't ready for that. Kim's Trains said, do you think that the Nightbird could have references to Edgar Allan Poe's Raven, the therapist as the narrator, and Howdy as the Raven? This has been mentioned before, and I'm going to say what I said last time. I don't really know anything about the Raven other than what The Simpsons taught me, because I would imagine that no one knew about the Raven, not a single person, until The Simpsons did an episode on it, which I think was a Treehouse of Horrors, one of the early ones. And like you had the narrator and you had like Homer in the study and there was a raven in the study. So other than what I learned from The Simpsons, I really don't know. I don't know. I don't know the backstory of the Raven, all that kind of stuff. So, could it be connected? Sure. It's a famous literature piece, isn't it? And I think anything like that has got a chance of being the inspiration. I think anything like that has got a chance of being, you know, something that inspired Bray, inspired Bo, inspired Jason Baker. But I think there's so much stuff that could have inspired it. There's so much stuff. This is where, like, I don't know if there was only one right answer. Even Bray said when he was still with us about the 1119, he responded to someone and said, maybe there's multiple answers. Maybe there's not just one answer. And he said that about 1119 because there was people, I think, arguing, saying like, no, it's definitely Undertaker's debut or something like this. And he was like, well, maybe it's more than one answer. And maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Perhaps there was a few things, you know, we find a lot of coincidental stuff. I'm convinced, I'm sure, I'm borderline 100% that everything that you guys have been finding, well, not everything, but a vast majority is stuff they didn't even know about themselves. I think that there probably was a few bits, and I think the truth is, and it is worth remembering, that if you do like a mystery like this and you plant some clues and you are inspired by a handful of things, I assure you the people working it out will find 20 times the amount that you thought was even there, because they will dig and they will find connections. And this is where I think things like angel numbers in particular are so generic that you can easily find a number and find an angel number, and it will have some rough connection. Because we're dealing with very general themes of loss, you know, and abandonment and rebirth. You know, these are very generic themes. These are not very specific. They're very generic with, you know, there's lots of literature. There's lots of, you know, but even the subject of birds. Think about how many poems and books and songs. I mean, Nelly Furtado, I'm Like a Bird. Did Nelly Furtado inspire this? You know? So it's like, I kind of feel that there's a lot of stuff that's really, really coincidental. There's a lot of stuff that's, a lot of these themes are very generic. So there's a lot of stuff that falls under these umbrellas. I think the really interesting ones are the ones that kind of hit a few points. So, you know, is there a bird that also connects with abandonment and rebirth, that also connects with Greek mythology? You know, I think the more that you can, boxes you can tick, the more I think that becomes interesting. I think if it's just a piece or something that just ticks one box, then obviously that's got limited appeal. But if you find something that ticks quite a few of those boxes, or if it's something that connects to quite a few of the mysteries that we've got, you know, maybe you find something that's Greek mythology, that's to do with birds, that's to do with June 17th. Do you know what I mean? All of a sudden, then you go bang, 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 bang. You know, that's the stuff that you go, oh, that's good. That's good. Because it connects in so many ways that you go, oh, I like that. I like that. It's a little bit like, you know, the Nikki house theory. That being Nikki's house, if someone had said, I think it's Nikki's house, you go, yeah, okay, that's a theory, fine. But I think it's Nikki's house because she's got 2 dogs and that's got 2 dog bowls. And you go, oh, okay. So you've got the theory and you've got a little bit of evidence. But then it was, I think it's Nikki's house because the sofa colour looks the same and the 2 dog bowls. And you go, okay. And then it's like, I think it's Nikki's house because the sofa colour looks the same, the 2 dog bowls, and her partner is from Northern Ireland. And you go, okay. And then you could go, I think it's Nikki's house because the 2 dog bowls, the sofa colour, that's her partner's Irish, Northern Ireland. And if you look at the carpet, she has got a rug that goes into like a tiled floor, and that looks like a rug that goes into a tiled floor. And you go, oh, that's interesting. So do you know what I mean? Like, the more connections, the stronger the theory, and the more that people will, you know, buy into it, and it'll be like a big leading thing. So to answer your question about the Raven, I don't know, because I don't know enough about it to know how many connections are in there. But if there's a few connections to things that we've seen, then obviously the more compelling that will be. But yeah, good thought. I'm definitely down for looking into that if there are some good connections there. So Kim's Trains, shout out to you. What time is it? Oh, we got 14 minutes. God, it goes so fast, doesn't it? We always start a few hours before the shows, and it always goes so fast. And I know that I always say that, but I always mean it. We're always sitting here with like 10 minutes to go, and I've got like several super chats to read, and I always want to get to the chat as well. So it's like there's always, it just goes so quickly. We're not starting any earlier. I think 2 hours before is enough. But we probably could. We probably could go 3 hours before, and we still wouldn't quite have all the time, you know. What do I want? I want to go there. That's where I want. Right, Ashley, love the stream. Never a dull moment. Ashley, shout out to you. I mean, I would say certainly at the moment with really just struggling to get to everything. I mean, I think one of the big criticisms that I see from people, one of the only criticisms, dare I say, is the fact that there's a lot of people that wish we would just be dialed into the show rather than Nightbird, and I do get that. There's a lot of people that really want Unseens back, and they just don't want Nightbird videos all the time. You know, I do get people going, when's that coming back? And I'm aware of that as well. So I'm aware that the balance has probably gone a bit too far into Nightbird. And so I do want to try and bring Unseen back next week. I would say I'd bring it back tonight, but we know that we're going to get a Nightbirds QR codes. So we know that that's going to drop. We know then there's going to be lots of theories and thoughts on it. And as soon as this ends, we know that I'm just going to go straight into doing a Nightbird video. After that, I need to do the review for the second channel, put the thing up for the community thing. And to be honest with you, by that point, it's probably time for me to be getting a few bits ready for UFC, getting to bed, and then getting up and doing UFC. So it's trying to fit in Unseen is just very difficult. But that's why hopefully on Tuesday night after NXT, Wednesday night when we don't have a show, Thursday night when we don't have a show, those 3 days I'm really hoping that maybe I can do a Nightbird video if there's something to talk about, but really trying to dial into getting Unseens back, you know. But at the moment, I mean, it is like trying to spin so many plates, reading the chat, keeping an eye on super chats, looking at the theories that are coming through, watching the show, talking about the matches. So I agree with you, no dull moments. If anything, there's too much that's kind of going on at the moment, but it'll settle down. You know, it'll settle down. It's very difficult to find the right balance that everyone is going to enjoy, you know. But all you can do is try your best in it. All you can do is try your best. Right. I need to start thinking and getting ready for this to actually record the show. Although, it didn't the other day. Now I think about it. I tried to record the show the other day so that I had the QR code and everything. And then when I watched it back, it didn't actually record it. So I think there must be like a bit of an anti-piracy thing, even though I'm not pirating it. Let me just have a look. I just want to see if that did record this time. I bet it didn't. Because I went to it the other day and it didn't record. And I think there's some setting that you can change, which I'm sure I had done. Have a little look at this. Did you record? Did you record? Right. Planet Dan said on the Twitch stream, where Howdy is writing the notes, at 28:44, in the bottom right corner, you can see something come into the shot, but I'm not sure what though. Well, there we go. That's interesting. I mean, we can try and revisit that. I would imagine that might be a little bit tricky for tonight. You can see something come into the shot. 28:44. Something What do you mean? Like, there is some black hair that shows itself at some point. Something in Twitch. I'm going to put notes, because that's the notes one. There we go. I just imagine there's a few people racing over now to have a look at that. So 2844 in the notes Twitch stream. Apparently something shows itself in the bottom right corner. So Planet Dan, shout out to you, my friends. Niall said, Uncle Howie, Dector Loom, Joe Gatey. Love that. Knee cross, Alexa Blister, and Eric Roman. Excuse me, have you got any Eric Roman merch? Eric Roman? Do you mean Eric Rowan? No, I meant Eric Roman, you know. Roman. Do you mean Roman Reigns? No. Is this Emma, by the way? God, she'll be like this. She'll be like, I just can't. I got offered that job for AEW and I turned it down for this. Kim Strains said, will Michael Cole explode when the Wyatt 6 debut? Oh my God, they're here. Then a loud bang and the glasses on the desk. And his glasses on the desk. I mean, he does get very animated. I think he does a very good job. So I'm sure he will get excited. I don't know. I mean, I hope it builds. They still are kind of acting a bit like, oh, that's mysterious. I don't think the commentators do a good job with this at all. Like, I think when it comes to this mysterious stuff, you are really taking them out of their comfort zones. They know how to call action and promos and people getting jumped and all that stuff. But anything that's mysterious, they don't do a very good job with it, to be honest. It's always a bit like, well, that was strange. Not sure what that was, but we are seeing these glitches happen a little bit more. Like that, I don't know. It never feels very natural to me. I don't think the way that I would say that actually not getting them to talk about them has been quite good. But now they're talking about them, like they have to be a little bit careful because sometimes the commentary can really take away from moments. Certainly these kind of moments that operate in the grey area, you know. So I kind of think that you got to be a bit careful with that. And I think they are trying to be. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know quite how they're going to react when they do finally arrive or what's going to be said. I mean, if it is Raw, then it is going to be Cole, isn't it? So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, we've got a few weeks to go, and be interesting to see if they talk about them more during the shows, because they've only made the odd passing comment at the moment. So, be interesting how much attention they give them as we get closer. And Thomas Jadwin said, is the second channel just Wrestling Days clips? Yeah, it is, yeah. I was thinking of changing the name because that channel was the football channel. So it started off as the football channel. Like, I don't know what it started as, actually. I can't even remember. But it was the football channel. Then it's obviously now gets used as a second channel. But my plan was to do streams and the clips from the streams, put them over there. So that was the intention of it. But it's never really been that. And it's never been used for that. And so I'm thinking the name doesn't really reflect that. So, I don't know. I've said before, do we call it like Wrestling Days 2? Do we call it Wrestling Dayser? Do we call it More Wrestling Days? Do we call it Wrestling More Days? Wrestling Days The Revenge? The Return of Wrestling Days? Wrestling Days 2 Electric Boogaloo? Do we go with that? I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like we could change it. I was thinking like Wrestling Days Reviews or something like that, because that is where the reviews are. That's where your opinions are. And that fits better. But I'm open to thoughts. We can definitely change the name. I don't know that Clips really fits, to be honest. But I only called it that because that's what it was going to be. It was going to be a channel of clips from these streams because we stream all the time. So it makes sense to just pull them out, chuck them over there. But that's not how we use it now. So, yeah, that is the second channel. Tea time. Shout out to you, my friends. Really, really appreciate the support, buds. Really appreciate the support. Tea Time said, can we all take in that Michael Cole stayed in character even when the shows were going off and was yelling at Dom Dom? Listen, I think Michael Cole does a great job. And if you think about the fact he's been around since the Attitude Era, and like, you know, he's been a backstage interviewer and, you know, he's done a few roles. Obviously, he's even been in the ring at times. WrestleMania match with Jerry the King Lawler. He's had a few commentary partners. You know, he's been like the head commentator. He's overseen the other commentators. I think that he got a lot of criticism because he used to have Vince in his ear and he used to try and, like, you know, promote loads of stuff, push loads of stuff. Kind of came across as sounding a little bit fake and generic, and people just weren't really into what he was bringing. But I've always said, I think the way that I judge a commentator is, you know, I listen to their voice. Has it got a nice clarity to it? Can I hear what they're saying? Is the stuff that they're saying adding to the match? Is it highlighting the story of the match? Occasionally, I would like the odd move to be called because, you know, there's so many different moves to try and remember. You can have a normal DDT, but if someone like Becky does it, it might be called the man drop or something like this, you know? Like, so it's a DDT, but it might have a different name for a different wrestler, but you might know it by a different name. And so obviously it can get really confusing. I mean, there are just thousands of moves. So, you know, I think if the commentators can kind of just throw a few of those in, I don't need it to be like Excalibur, who comes out with every move that's ever been invented. But, oh my God, it's very impressive what Excalibur can do. Very impressive. But, you know, tell a story. Are you nice and clear? But I think the big one is that when things are kicking off, when things are going down, when things are happening, how do you sound when you get enthused? How do you sound when you're really into it? Like, again, are you clear? Are you getting, like, key phrases over? You think about JR with his good God Almighty, he's broken in half, damn it, and stuff like that. You know, they're iconic. They are iconic. They were clear, they added to the moment, and they were iconic phrases. And I think Michael Cole delivers that. I think he delivers that. I think that he has got a great voice when he's enthused that really adds to the moment. And I think he can come out with some great lines, great phrases. Don't know that he's got anything that kind of matches up with that good God Almighty. He's broken in half, damn it, but he's had some good moments. I saw a clip of him from, I think it was WrestleMania 39, where he's like got the headset on and he's watching the Usos against Sammy and Kevin. And he's like, 1D, 1D, no one ever kicks out of the 1D. And he's like standing up and he is giving everything. Everything. I mean, he's like, it's like he's having to pull his arms down so that he can get every last breath out of his body. 1D, 1D, no one ever kicks out of the 1D. So good. I really rate him, and I think he's really showing his true colors since like Vince has stopped shouting in his ear, you know. So yeah, I got a lot of time for Michael Cole. No, not everyone feels that way, but judging on the things that I judge commentators on, the parameters that I look for, the things that I think make a great commentator, he's ticking all the boxes, man. I mean, he's a bona fide Hall of Famer, isn't he? He walks into the Hall of Fame. No problem. He strolls. He struts into the Hall of Fame, Michael Cole. What a career as well. Amazing. Think of all the moments that he has provided the soundtrack for, so amazing. I don't know how long he wants to go for, and God only knows who's going to replace him as leads. I mean, we do have Vic Joseph. We've got Vic Joseph, and of course we've got Corey Graves. They're both doing lead at the moment. So there's people, but he's going to be a tough act to follow, isn't he? Right, here is the Bloodline Street Profits taking on the Gorillas of Destiny. We got the Street Profits with BFAB, and of course we're keeping an eye in the background. We're having a little look. This apparently coming up next to see if anything's going to jump out. There was a lady that walked past. Was that Nikki Cross? Probably not. And we are just seeing what happened last Saturday at King and Queen of the Ring. So yeah, tea time. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us as we are just seeing a video package of King and Queen of the Ring. Might as well end the poll. The poll wants happy days. Happy days. People want some positivity. People want some happiness. Some unbridled joy. So, there we go. Days, how do we think Gable will do in the NFL, said Inside Out and again. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know enough about the NFL, to be honest, but I mean, look, he's big. He's got the size. He's going to be explosive. We know he's good with takedowns, right? So, I don't know how quick he is, though, running-wise. I don't know how good he can catch a football. I don't know how good he is, you know, if several people are trying to, like, take him down whilst he's got his hands on a football or something. So, I mean, there's so many unknowns. I would imagine that there are transferable skills, though. Wouldn't be a surprise to me if there were people that did wrestling at high school that then went on to, you know, transition to football. Because I'd imagine there are transferable skills, but what's his speed like? I'd have to think that's an indicator. What's his catching like? Lost in Days Finley. Shout out to you. Colts will be the team to watch this year, said Angel. Okay, looks like we're going over to the Coronation, is it? So we've got... Okay. We have Nick Aldis in the ring. As a GM. Nia Coronation. As a GM, there's no better feeling than when one of your draft picks comes through. Boos. Loud boos. Someone in the crowd with an Alexa sign, I believe. Now, sometimes it's been at the very start of the show where we've seen things and people in the crowds. So it might just be worth having a little look if there's anything that looks a little bit different. But during this first bit, Nia Jax making her way down to the ring then. Obviously the crowd booing, but that's not going to faze her. She's got heels. A heel in heels. Yeah, she is not dressed to wrestle. But she is dressed in black. And she is ready to be coronated. Lovely crown. Lovely crown. Really classy. Sign in the crowd said, "Stay strong, I love you." That's nice, isn't it? Queen Nia as well. So Nia takes that crown, she puts it on her head, and it looks great, actually. Her hair, it looks great. The way that she's got her hair, like that, she kind of puts it on over the top. It really works for her, that does. You suck is the chant. Gunther should do the same with his hair. Who's going to interrupt Nia? I'm your queen of... I think you'll find, thank you, that Austin 316 is our queen of the ring. Thank you very much. Wait for that QR code, lads. It's coming up, boys. It's coming up. They're going to drop it on us. Your queen is commanding your presence in her ring right now. So she calls out Bayley, and Bayley is going to make her way down. Bayley is in non-wrestling attire. Ooh, Piper Niven attacks Bayley from behind. Piper attacks Bayley. So Bayley, gets thrown into the barricades. Bayley goes down. Piper again grabbing Bayley, hurling Bayley into the ring. Bayley getting up to her feet. She gets knocked down again. Piper, big splash. Nia just standing there watching the attack. She looks great with the crown. Look at Chelsea pointing and laughing. Remember when I used to be Dewdrop, said Ost. I do remember that. Dewdrop. Piper stepping up to Nia. Nia not looking impressed. Nia. Sweetie. You don't have to worry about facing Bayley. My little spicy margarita. Chelsea said by the time SummerSlam rolls around, my little spicy margarita is going to be women's champion. Matt Cardona. Matt Cardona is going to be women's champion. Right, well, Nia exits. So Chelsea warns Nia that Piper will be champion. Bayley still down. Crown looks great on Nia. Piper looking really good. Bayley just getting beaten down, isn't she? Might be a bad night for the Scots, you know, in Scotland. I'm not convinced that Drew's leaving as champion. I really don't think Piper is. Chelsea is happy. Bayley trying to get up to her feet. She's staring as Piper exits. Loud Bayley chants. Oh, hello. Cute. Goodbye. QR code drops. QR code drops. It said hello. I think it showed us the therapy office. And then it said goodbye. It's AJ Styles. Gotta watch this, because Mitchell appreciates if we do. AJ wants to address his future. It's going to be hard to do it once. Okay, so he wants to jump in the ring and he's going to thank Mitchell. He's going to say, Mitchell, thank you, my friend. You've been a great support. But I'm useless. I can't flip and win any matches anymore. And so I'm retiring. Aldis agrees. So looks like we're getting our first match. This is going to be DIY. DIY going to be in action. Right, we've got the we've got what I like to call the QR code right here. If you want to scan that, for those that didn't get it at the time. So QR codes, scan it, and it takes us to WWE. Oh god, there's loads. There's flipping loads again, isn't there? It takes us to recapitulation. Recapitulation. Recap. Hang on. There. Gonna focus. Recapitulation. Jesus Christ, focus, would you there? Recapitulation. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tweet it. I'll tweet it, mate. QR code leads you to www.com/Ripley. Recap it. Recapulation and celebration. Right, Thomas Jadwin said, if you want to have some fun, watch some clips of Cole on Pat's Daily Show. No, thank you. I'd rather punch myself in the face. Right, let's go back over to the live chats. There's a new journal entry. Let's go. Let's flippin' go, mates. Oh, we might have to visit what I like to call the new page. Oh, that didn't work because it would have looked a lot better had I have set it up. Hang on, let me do that again. We are going to have to visit what I like to call the new page. Oh, it's good, isn't it? Like, I did some work, although I didn't do it very well because now I've got to, like, shimmy over. But this is what we're dealing with. Recapitulation. I am all of us. So, what's this? What's that saved as? It saves as .com buddy. What the hell's that? What's .com buddy? Isn't that the name of the elf in the film? Elf. Isn't he called .com buddy or something? Is there any tags in that? Any tags? I don't think so. It's called .com buddy. I wonder if that is the name of a person that's worked something out. What do we think? Click the face. Oh, we'll tell you where tomorrow. We'll save yourself. We'll tell you where tomorrow. Well, I better start making some notes, suddenly. So the URL is called www.com/recapitulation. The face is saved as .com buddy. If you click it, then you get this image. It's interesting, isn't it? We'll tell you where tomorrow. This is different paper as well because it's lined paper. That's different. The book wasn't lined. Someone's bought a new book. Hell's bells. So what's all this? What's going on? Elucidate and remember. If you click them, do they do things? Oh my god, what's this? Remember who you are, right? And if I click that, is that going to take me to the other Twitch stream? Hello. Okay, so those two do that. Can I save? No? Are those links save as anything? That's got a file name of 2147418 blah blah blah. I don't know if that means anything. What's the line? Have we got any hidden words? What's the Nightbird saved as? Probably saved as Dakar, innit? Saved as Dakar. Just got Bailey backstage. Remember who you are sounds like a quote from The Lion King. Perhaps that's the inspiration, Austin. Perhaps all of this is The Lion King. Let's have a little look, see if there's anything in the tags. It's always worth checking the bird, even though it never seems to have anything new. Where does it take you if you click that? All right. So the bird in the center is saved as Dukar, as usual. If you click it, you go to the journal and you go to a new entry. Lovely. It's called Behold. Is this? We've not had this one before. Niall said 17 stickmen. 17. So, Niall, what, you've counted how many stickmen there are? Right, we are seeing that we've got A-Town Down Under just making their presence felt backstage. So that is this the match we're getting, or are we getting a singles match? Okay, so it's Ciampa against Theory, actually. That's the match we're getting. So it's not DIY. It's Tommaso against Theory. We did just have Bailey backstage. She was checked on by Naomi. Right, let's click on this Behold, shall we? I have shown you signs and wonders. Yes, and thank you for that. You believed. By your faith, you shall be spared. Get in! Come on! Yes! I knew today was going to be a good day. Oh! We've been spared! Come on. Oh, man, that's good, isn't it? Imagine if you didn't believe and you haven't been spared. Sucks to be you, doesn't it? Come on. Oh, a bit of good news, eh? That's going to cheer up the community. Destruction await those who did not heed. Well, they probably deserve it, don't they? Hey, they should be paying attention. My wrath will be swift. Oh my God, Uncle Howdy is a Swiftie. She is good. I know she gets a lot of bad press, but she is good. My wrath. Maybe that bird was a Swift. Was the bird a Swift? Taylor Swift. She's a bird. All shall fall. Hey, that makes me think of Carrion, you know. Fall and pray. I'm thinking Taylor Swift. I'm thinking Carrion Cross. I'm thinking... is there a bird called a Swift? I think there is. Let's, should we Google it? Swift birds. There, look. Swift birds. It ain't one of them, is it? It ain't one of them. Let's go back to archive recovered. So, my wrath will be swift, all shall fall. Richard said, do you think AJ versus Logan Paul will be at Clash at the Castle? Maybe if it's a match, then it'll be huge. Best booking ever. AJ versus Logan, Clash at the Castle. There's a chance of that. There's a chance of that. We don't know, is the honest answer. We don't know. We're not sure. Okay, well, that led us to Behold, and that definitely raises some questions, doesn't it? New entry. Behold. I think we're about to go to commercial break, as there was a net breaker by Austin Theory on Tommaso Ciampa, and that takes us to commercial break as we're still in this match. Hey, what's the music? Should we play the music? Here we go. Same in it. Same. Banger. Banger. Okay, so we got that. Do you see behind? Oh, first letter. I, Y, B, D, M. I, Y, B, D, M. I wonder if you was to take the I and the Y and the B and the D and the M, could you re-scramble that into anything? Probably not. Probably not, because you've only got one vowel, haven't you, which is the I. So I don't think you can get anything from that. I think it was probably only that last one that had it, the do you see with the JUNEXVII. So it's probably, that doesn't work, but Swifts. My wrath will be swift. I'm so pleased that we're all spared. I'm pretty sure it's all of us that are spared. So that is great news. That is great news. Save yourself. I think we did. Let's go back. Let's go back. Here we go. So are all of these... Can you save? What are these files saved as? Oh, that one is saved as Rebirth. What are you saved as? That one is saved as Rebirth. Are they all saved as Rebirth? They can't all be called Rebirth, can they? So the Pluto symbols got a file name of Rebirth. Pluto symbol saved as Rebirth. Days, you should have another channel called Days Unseen, said AJG. What, where I just do like strip shows? I did think about that. BB Ipsy said, looks like someone was very dominant in Hangman. Yes. I've lost that image though, I think. Have I? No. Quite dark in it, do you know what I mean? They don't look like a fun group. Right, all of these are... so we haven't looked at the source code, have we? If we do... Control and new. No, control and new. Anything in here in green? Oh, there isn't really. I am all of us. Anything in green? No. No, nothing in the source code. Bit strange, isn't it? It's a bit strange. It's normally something in the source codes. What do we think about the backgrounds? Is that a different background to the one they used the other day? We should have... We can get to it here, can't we? Yeah, it is. That's the one from the other day. That's the one we're using now. So what does this background relate to? So I've got a background question. Background question. Background question. Mitchell said, thank you for paying attention to AJ segment. As long as you do that, I'll forgive you for spelling my name wrong. It is true, I spelt Mitchell's name wrong in the poll the other day, and a lot of people are saying that's why Mitchell didn't win. That is a lot of people are saying that. Oh, hello, what's going on? Oh, these are links to a lot of the old... That's an old one. That's the one that the thing was found in, by the way. I think it's around about here. Move forward, move forwards. Coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up. Open their eyes. Boomer and a kid. Oh, it's a little bit further in than I thought. There. There. There's one screenshot of it. Oh, there's one screenshot of it that's really good. Well, we looked at it anyway. This is the one where we found the Roman Colosseum. Like hair in it. That. Yeah, it's really interesting to go back to these old ones. This is there. Look at that. We looked at this in the last video. This is what's on the shirts. And that is obviously... Oh, my God. Oh, I accidentally pressed the button. I wondered what the hell was going on there. I was like, it's come alive on its own? It's come alive on its own? Oh, my God. I think I just pooped myself. What do I want to do? I close. That's what I want to do. So do all of the, how many QR, do all of them just take you to previous QR codes? Is that all they do? Yeah. Okay. So these are all the previous QR codes. So I don't understand. Nothing new. There must be. There must be. There's something that we're missing. It can't just be a journal entry and a load of links to the old QR codes. Does one of them... is one of these new? Is one of these something that we've not seen before? And so the video is one of these or something? What's Wonders do? Oh, God. I've not... Oh, I've not seen this. I've not seen this. Jesus, just as we were saying, does one of these do that? We stumble on it. Okay, well, let's watch this, shall we? We are still underway with this match, by the way, but... So...
The hell is that? Yo, what is that?
That's how the picture's taken. Wow, there's no need for bad language.
What's going on?
Oh, he turns around. Yo, what the fuck's going on?
The hell is that? Yo, what is that?
What is that? Hey, there's a bit here where he turns around.
What's going on?
Look at that. Why is his face so white? It looks like it's illuminating. God, that looks really cool, doesn't it? It looks like it's illuminating. Well, that don't sound like Matt Hardy to me. It's just a 2 for Tommaso. Just a 2 for Tommaso. So at least we know where that has come from. Okay, so Wonders we're very much interested in. Wonders. Is there any other ones? I need to get back to the chat, don't I? Look at Signs and Wonders. Oh, there's another one. Ah, thank you, Planet Dan. Doorbell footage, just as we thought. It wasn't a great prediction. It was really obvious. Oh, look, we got Blair Davenport. Hang on. What's happening here? You've rubbed me the wrong way. I'm Blair Davenport. You'll know exactly who I am. You, Bailey, Chelsea, Piper tonight. Here's LA Knight. So Naomi gets a tag match made. Here's LA Knight, yeah. This stuff with AJ's not really retiring, is he? LA Knight wants Logan Paul. That's the match, innit? That is the match. They sit down and we go to commercial break. So, right, we're at commercial break. Let's go. I'm down for that match. Right, this is the front door thing in Signs. Okay, who is this? What's happening? What's going on? Panning over. We're looking inside someone's house. People will be looking into whose house that is. Feel like they've shown us that for a reason, of course. Pans back again, and there's nothing there. Oh, is it going to pan back and someone will be there? Let's go. Standing in the hall. Oh, are they going to be standing outside then? Someone better be standing somewhere. What? Did I miss it? Did I miss it? Do it again. Do it again. We're gonna have to look closer at this. I still can't see anything. I still can't see anything. That was good. That was good. Scary stuff. No, it was good. That was spooky. The 17 men, June 17th, says Daniel, that was scary. There wasn't anything there, says Danny. There must be something. There must be. Click the smiley thing at the bottom. Oh, we did that. It took us to that picture. There was a flashing light. Was there a baby? I didn't see a baby. The light outside was blinking. There was a flashing light. People are into the flashing light. Should we go back and have a look? Keep an eye out for a flashing light, kids. Flashing light. Flash, flash. Yeah, I mean, is that a faulty street light? Or, I mean, maybe it's Morse codes. Perhaps it's Uncle Howdy going, look, I've got into the street lights now. I mean, is that not like a branch just kind of moving in front of a street light, which is making it appear like it's flashing? I mean, I'm looking for like Howdy to go like that. No, it's good. Do you know, on the phone, it goes down further. It doesn't go down that far on, well, not on my PC. There's not anything down here, is there? No. Seemingly not. But it does seem to go down a little further than I can get it to go down. Okay. Guys, we need Days in the chat. We barely get his attention. Well, I'm coming back now. Yeah, we'll leave this second room. Oh, this would be nice, actually, if, like, the background was a bit different. Maybe this is inside the castle, and then I could go back outside the castle. I don't know how I'd be able to explain how I've moved so quickly. We can play around with that. Right, there is someone standing on the grass on the first turn, then they're gone in the second turn, and they're gone. So there's someone on the grass. Does that make it actually bigger? On the grass. Looking at the grass. Looking at the grass. No one on the grass. What grass? I've looked at the grass. I can't see anyone on the grass. Going back, but you're telling me they're gone now, but I couldn't even see them on the first turn. Unless it's this turn. Maybe it's this turn. We're saying there's someone on the grass. In here, now, if we pause it. Does it? I tell you, there is that. What's that? Because I don't think we go that far next time, do we? This, whatever this is. Let's go back again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Here we go. It doesn't go as far. Does it? Stupid camera system. Guys, let's go back outside. Right, we got LA Night, yeah. Inside the doorway shadow. Oh my god, it's on the grass, it's inside. Logan's not here this week, says LA Knight. Oh, we need to do that poll as well, don't we? I'm here in Albany, said LA Knight. Even though Logan's not here, I'm here. What did you think of Jordan Gray, said Rick? Loved it. Loved it. I'm a fan of Jordan Grace anyway. I think she screams superstar. There aren't many women on the planet that look like her. So I'm a fan of Jordan Grace. Oh, here's Carmelo. He's doing all this talking, but he's never really saying nothing, says Carmelo. He knows ball, and you ain't that. If you want to talk the talk, then you the guy. But if you want to walk the walk, I'm him. Right, we're moving on to our next match. This is going to be Apollo Crews. He's going to be in action. I forget who he's facing. Some boomer. Defcon Prime said AJ thing is a TNA work angle. You think so? I don't have... I don't really know where the AJ thing's going. I'm certainly not expecting him to retire. Dylan Potter said the light is someone holding a pattern. Days, if you click false profits in archive recovered. I don't know if I have, actually. I don't know if I have. So, is it that takes us there? Is that a new one, is it? Oh, well done. Oh, it's he's taken on Andrade, by the way. Andrade. So there's actually 2 new entries. Guys, let's go back over to the other realm. I don't like all this leaning that I have to do. I need to like shoot over, don't I? Somehow. I'll fix that. I feel like every time you come over, I'm in danger of being like that. I'll fix it. Don't worry. I'm on it, guys. I'm all over this. So, wonders, signs. So, what's this new entry? False profits. Abigail, thank you, my friends. So what does it say? Do not be fooled. They speak with my tongue, but they know not my words. Rancid, cheap imitations. Although I ignore, I am filled with disgust. Now, I think it's very interesting where this has been inserted, because this has come in after he's passed away. So, Bray passes away, that's Awari. Then the very next thing is this. Who, after Bray passes away, which was last year, middle of last year-ish, who's doing cheap imitations of Bray last year? I mean, I'd say Joe Gacy, but I mean, he's in the group. Isla and Alba? is that who they're going after? They're going to destroy Isla and Alba Fire. I wonder if they go after not Judgment Day, Carrion? Don't know. Right after Bray passes, do not be fooled. They speak with my tongue, but they know not my words. Rancid band. Cheap imitations might be a band. Although I ignore, I am filled with disgust. Are those the words of the Red? Or are those written by Bo? Because it's after Awari, and Awari is when Bray passes. Oh, God, it's so difficult, isn't it, working this out? So difficult. So we think all the others are fine. We think it's what, just signs and wonders. That makes sense. So 2 new videos. 2 new videos. A recap of other QR codes. And it is lovely to have them all in the one place, isn't it? And they're all kind of circling around. Do you know, this reminds me a lot of that picture. Do you remember that picture that had all the Plutos on the wall and there was a baby bird in the middle? This reminds me of that. This is all the Plutos around with like a bird in the middle. The other thing is, do you remember when he said about he lives there in the middle of a circle? Well, the Nightbird is in the middle of a circle here. Is that where he lives, or she lives, or they live, and we can't reach them? I just don't know. And what's this line about? What's this about? What's this line about? Was that just about to let me write something there? No. So what's this about? Why is this line here? This line doesn't need to be here. Is that a file? No. Is this line here? That line's bugging me. There's no need for that line to be there. I mean, it's a lovely line. Don't get me wrong, as lines go, it's one of my favourites that I've ever seen. But why does it exist? Why do you exist, line? Oh, look at that. We can zoom. I didn't know I could zoom in using the mouse. Does it do that on all pictures? Doesn't let you do much to it. I can do that or that. Maybe I want to look at that. Maybe I want to look at that. Right, well, there we go. I don't feel like we've found all the secrets, to be honest. I feel like... Oh, is that a thing? What's that saved as? God, anything that's like saved, you have to look at. Recapitulation. Anything in the tags for that? No. No, nothing in the tag saw it, unfortunately. That would have been fun, wouldn't it? If that word, recapitulation, had had something in the tags. Can I save that? No. God, I just want to save stuff now. Can I save this? Can I save this? What about this? Right, I'll go back outside then, shall I? I'm definitely changing this to a study. I just need you to know. Because then I can be like, let's go to the study. And that would be nice, wouldn't it? I'm going to make a note of that. I'm going to write that down. Study. And now I can be like, let's go back outside, guys. And then back outside. Right, double knees there by Andrade. There's 6 dots on the line. Oh, Oh, there's 6 dots on the line. Is there? Can't see 6. Oh, 6 dots. Oh, 1, 2. Oh, do you mean guys? We need to go back to the study. Do you mean these dots that are right in the background? Because I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 7. If we're counting those. 6 and Bray, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what that means. Guys, let's go back outside. Right. Thomas said Sol Rutilio has an ultrasound and a newborn. Yeah, that's an old one though. That's from the 19th. We've seen Sol Rutilio before. Yeah, we've seen that before. We've seen that. I think that baby is featured before as well, actually. Right, Andrade versus Apollo. Okay, Andrade in control, Apollo down. Angel came out, just tried to get involved. Nice net breaker there by Andrade. 1, 2, 3, and he picks up the win. Right, let's go back and let's do I need to end this poll. This is where the juggling comes in. So, let's go back. We've got our first result. That was 58, 24, 12, and 4. So, first match was good, 96. Now we need to do this match. This was our second match. So, what did people think? Okay, so Andrade making his way. Are they welcoming him into Legado? He walks straight past them. Guy in the crowd says, "Remember who you are." I reckon that's a fan sign. So, Angel reached out to Andrade. Andrade ignored. Yeah, I think that's a fan sign. I mean, it's cool. Whoever thought to do that, very clever. But I don't think that's been planted there. Don't think so. Very suspicious of these things. Right, let's go down this. Mitchell said, in honor of the chat, apparently there is a shot at Dreadmare. What, in this thing? Is there? Do you know, fair play to them for not doing that. Fair play to them for rising above that level of pettiness. So, yeah, respect. False prophets could be Dreadmare. Oh, right. Do you really think that's what it is? No. No. I don't think that. I don't think that. Not, I mean, like, he passed away. It's after he's passed away. When did Dreadmare really kick off? I don't know. I mean, I first became aware of it January. Would it fit? No. Oh, hang on. We got Paul Heyman. What's Heyman saying? There's a lot of violence. There was a lot of counsel before there was any violence under Roman. We want Roman, chant from the crowds. Loud. I see violence now, but no strategy. We need Cody in check. Solo says, we've got Cody in check, and he doesn't even know it. Well, he does now if he's watching this. Right, Kevin Owens' music hits. That's interesting. He doesn't even know it. Who's we? Kevin Owens' music hits. Right, interesting. Interesting. So Kevin Owens makes his way out. That was a big segment to listen to be honest. Solo, fix this now. So they've got a strategy for Cody. Paulie said, was false prophet a shot at Dreadman? Do you know? I don't think so, and I wouldn't think so. Just because when I just read that Mitchell saying about Dreadmare, I was like, nah, they're not going to be that petty. Not going to do that. Plus, I don't even know that he was around at the time that Bray passed. But then, you know, it could be a good few months after, couldn't it? Could be a good few months after. Tell you the other thing that I don't like about them bringing Dreadmare into this is that it brings Dreadmare into this. All of a sudden now people will be like, I told you it was connected. You'll have all that now. It, in a roundabout way, gives them a little credit. Because all of a sudden they are a part of this now. They've been brought into it. I don't like that either. So, honestly, hopefully not. Hopefully not. I think that that would be a bad move. That would be a bad move. Because then you were like, see, it's mentioning them in the QR codes. I told you it was connected. It's like, yeah, they're poking fun of it. You're right, it's been mentioned. It's been mentioned in an article called False Prophets. You know? So, I mean, there's being mentioned and there's being mentioned, but no. No. I'd much rather it be someone like Karrion Kross or someone like that. Gotta go with it being a theory. Gotta say it's a theory, but I hope it doesn't turn out to be that. Andrew Inglorious said, Days, the line is there because the little Plutos make a circle. Oh, oh little circle. Little Plutos, eh? And the smiley with the line in betweens make a Pluto symbol. Maybe. My first thought was no, because you do get like a straight line, and then there's also like a half, like a crescent, and then you've got, and then it goes down, and so there's a bit more to it than just a circle and a line, because you've got that crescent thing. But just looking at it, guys, we're going back to the study here. But if you look at it, if you was to maybe draw a line, a crescent between that, elucidate and remember, you could do a crescent there. But I don't know, I feel like you're having to chuck in quite a lot of extra lines. I mean, if you have to draw the line down, Then you're going to have to connect elucidate with remember and draw a crescent line. So it's a good theory. But if you're adding lines, you could make the argument then that you go up to here as well. And I can't sit here and say that, no, it's not right, but not 100% sold on it, is my honest answer. But you could connect that with a crescent line. You could draw a line down to there. It would give you like a squished one, you know? You'd have like you'd have one that's vertically challenged. And also their head would be messed up. Why is this not in a perfect circle? Why is it in this sort of a random circle? Why does it look like that? What's that about? Hey? What's that about? Don't know. Guys, let's leave the study. Let's go back outside. Right. If Days the line... Oh, okay, we read that one. So, Andrew, shout out to you, my friends. I'm going to write it down. Oh, someone's being attacked. Who's being attacked? Apollo is attacking Angel. Oh, he's very upset. He's very upset. Apollo attacks Angel. Go back to this. So let's go back to this. So Andrew. Oh, now we've got Kevin Owens. Oh my God, this is where the juggling's coming in. Still got an hour to go. Kevin Owens. I went to Saudi Arabia so that I had Randy Orton's back. Randy isn't king of the ring, but he really didn't lose. But they didn't interfere in the match, though. Okay, here's Heyman. This should be a good segment, man. Anything that's going to have Heyman talking is going to be a good segment. Yeah, Andrew, I've gone all around the houses on that. Struggling a little bit with it, but I can sort of see it as well, so I've included it. It's a good thought. George said, curry or gravy on chips? Neither, really. Gravy's a northern thing. I'm in the Midlands, so I think you could probably find places that do it, but it's not something I've really grown up with. Probably had curry sauce on chips more than gravy on chips. But to be honest with you, I just tend to have chips on their own with salt and vinegar. That does me. Curry on chips, gravy on chips, or cheese on chips. Cheesy chips. I'd go for that over the other two. Cactus J22 said, one of the videos reveals the bride. I'm not joking. What, you actually see her face? Because if it's a bit where she pulls it off and it gets to about here and you don't see anything, we've seen that before. We've seen that before. This is TMAC on Twitter. Nostalgically awful, shout out to you, or awesome. It never tells me. It just says aw. We'll go with that. Nostalgically aw. Loud, we want Roman chants. We want Roman. So Heyman makes his way down. And enters the ring. I don't think there's a person in this arena that wants Roman here more than I do. Roman Reigns has and had great respect for you. Wow. It's really interesting how they're making Roman a face. Roman thinks so highly of you. He thinks you're just the bee's knees. He thinks you're the best. Solo, though, he thinks you're rubbish. They're not even people. They're just thugs. They're not looking for a reason. They're looking for an excuse to take you out. You're picking a fight with bloodthirsty thugs. I don't feel like that really shows itself in the show. If you keep calling out Solo's name, they're gonna do something really bad. They might break in his house and poop on his carpet. That would be bad. Back off. The bloodline. I'm pleading. Back off the bloodline. I'm trying to help you. What makes you think I would put any trust in anything that comes out of your mouth? Do you think I don't know? This is all you. Who's the next cash cow that can keep you relevant? Well, it's Solo. Are you trying to make sure everyone fears them? We will get to the super chats. I've not forgot about you. I want to try and get to the chat as well. Days, in the science video, at the last second, a figure walks into a dark room in the hallway, said Exified. Okay, my friend. Okay, so Kevin Owens is going off. Doesn't seem like he's going to be leaving Bloodline alone. This is my world, says Kevin Owens. This is my world. I don't want or need your help. Maybe I'm not trying to help you. Perhaps I'm just trying to save you. You've met my kids. I've met your kids. We've all met each other's kids. I'm a Hall of Fame wise man. He accidentally hits Kevin Owens with the microphone. He's actually bigger than Kevin Owens, isn't he? Paul Heyman could pass as like a modern day King Kong Bundy. If King Kong Bundy was like a businessman. So Heyman got all animated. And he just accidentally hit Kevin. Oh, here's Solo. Heyman accidentally hits KO. Here's Bloodline. Here's Bloodline. Tama Tonga. Tonga lower. Solo Sikoa. Kevin Owens having a little look around. Oh, the Street Profits. They jump in the ring. So, Bloodline come down. SP assists. KO. Bro! They're fighting in the crowds! They're fighting in the ring! We got Bloodline! We got Street Profits! Solo! Kevin! Fighting in with the fans. That's going to lead us into GOD against SP, isn't it? I mean, this was a match that was announced before. So I'm guessing it's going to lead us to that now, as we've got Dawkins going over the top, coming down on Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa. Man, Gorillas of Destiny against Street Profits. Let's go. Let's go. Right, let's go. We got lots of super chats to get through, man. Nostalgically Or said, this is TMAC on Twitter. Okay. The side view of the new video, it's a new mask, and the back is white. Sorry, what? Sorry, what we're talking about exactly? Are we talking about the new video where he's on the bank? Are we talking about that one? Yeah, it definitely feels like a new mask. It really radiates, doesn't it? It's definitely something which looks different. It seems to pop a bit more from a distance. So, new mask. And the back is white. Just like the new Fiend mask in the Bray documentary, the front has black and red in it. It looks to me... Guys, let's go to the study. Let's go back to the study. I feel like that one was Wonders, wasn't it? I believe that was Wonders.
What's going on?
Now, you see, when he turns around, that's when I see the white. I mean, right here, look, I believe he's got his back to us.
What's going on?
Then he turns, and it seems to be more white. I mean, look, I'm sure people have analysed, but look, I can see the inside of the jacket here. So this makes it look like that's the front to me. So it feels, and I'm sure people have looked into this, but it feels like that's the back, and he's about to turn around. There he is turning around. We see the front. You just don't see anything. I agree with new mask, because I think it's so bright when he turns around. Look at that. Look how bright that is. Unless it's Sheamus. But Right, let's go back outside, guys. Yeah, I agree. New mask, though, nostalgically awesome. But I don't know that I can say, like, the front, unless you're talking about a different video. I know there's another video, but we're struggling to find anyone in the other video. Planet Dan said, on the doorbell video, if you go to 35 to 40 seconds, you can see a figure walking through the door. Jesus. Let's go, what, 35 to 40? Guys, back to the study. So where are we? 32, 33, 34. Yeah, good point. Good point. So what we're... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What we're looking at is... So, what we're looking at is the rooms in the background. There seems to be some movement here. Look, you can see the door frame, door frame, door frame, door frame goes. Jesus. Couldn't they have given us something a bit better? A bit more like... All I've got is door frame, door frame, door frame. No door frame. Thanks. Yes, thank you. Really good. I mean, there, look, you can see the door frame kind of disappears and something moves. Guys, let's go back outside. Let's go back outside. So, okay. $35 to $40. Okay, we are underway with Street Profits taking on Gorillas of Death. I think they just call them Tama Tonga Tonga Loa, to be honest. Planet Dan, shout out to you. Right, Andrew Billingsley says, I just wanted to say thanks for the videos and the entertainment. Hope you are keeping well. I appreciate that, my friends. Yeah, it's, well, I mean, listen, we'll gather all of this up and put it into a video. Of course we will. Obviously, we're juggling, trying to keep an eye on the show. So, Street Profits against Tama Tonga Tonga Loa. That's what we've got going at the moment. I did actually write that down. Did I? No. SP versus Tama and Tonga. Okay, lovely. Bunszilla, shout out to you, my friends, said, it begins again, started Howdy Imitations 6 months ago. Oh, so you think False Profits could be the It Begins Again channel and the Dreadmare channel? It could be both of those. God, I hope not. I hope not. Because that ain't going to make it go away. I really think that's... All you're doing is you're drawing attention to... See, they've been mentioned in the thing. And you'll have to, like... Yeah, they've poked fun at them. They've poked fun at them. They're laughing at them. They're talking about how they're fake. Yeah, but maybe they set it up so it would be fake, so that then they could mention it in the QR code. No. It's just fake. It's just fake. Yeah, but you don't know that. They might have just set it up for that, knowing that it would be in the QR codes. No, you're not. I don't think you're listening to me. Sean Ross Sappers actually spoke to people in WWE that have said that it's a load of nonsense. And before they were doing that, they've imitated other people. There's other channels that they've like done stuff with as well. So we know that it's not real. But if they're gonna bring it in, that's, I mean, good luck now. Good luck trying to keep all that nonsense quiet, because anyone that supports that is just going to be super loud now. I really hope it's not. I think that's such a bad move. I think it's such a bad move. Disaster Talks Wrestling Shout out to you, my friend. Disaster. Just got it. Disaster. Talks wrestling. Howdy is wearing a Court of Owls mask. White face. Oh, I like that. I'm going to write that down. We were looking at those Court of Owls during the White Rabbit thing. We was looking at that. I'm going to jot that down. Oh. Courts of Owls. If you don't know the Court of Owls, it is lovely shot there by Tamatonga as we go to commercial break. Court of Owls is in Batman, and it's just a white owl mask. Andrew said, cheese on chips. That's how we do it in Solihull. Mate, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. I wouldn't, if someone was to go, oh, I've just bought you some chips, I'd be like, oh, thanks. I mean, I am trying to get down a little bit, but you know, if you bought them and they're like, I've put gravy on, I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. Or if they're going to put curry sauce on, I'd be like, okay. If they went, I've put cheese on, I'd be like, oh my God, we should get married. But all of them would be acceptable. David said, I've tagged you on the X clip of the person. You've tagged me on the X clip of the person. Thank you. So this is, guys, let's go back to the study. So here, actually, I don't know. Well, can we go bigger? So this at the back looks like the white hair to me. Maybe a mask, but I think that might be the white hair. I think that's the front of them turning round. And that's the face there. So I would say it looks white here, and then when you get to this bit, it's got a bit more of a red tone to it. But I think that's the hair. I need to go through all this. Oh, hello, what's this? Uncle Howdy Teas will be happening on WWE website tomorrow. Thank you, Jason. I need to start saving some of these, actually, don't I? How am I going to do this? We'll start a new folder. That's what we'll do. So, let's go. Smackdown QR codes. So, what's this information that we're getting here? Uncle Howdy Teas, so what's this? But where's their question? It'll be on WWE.com. How? Where's their question? Did this person just randomly get that? Oh, I don't know if I retweeted Jason's one, but I've included Jason in the thing, so it's fine. Oh, I was just trying to retweet that. This is what I want to retweet. I want to retweet that. Oh, I hope it's not on at the same time as UFC. That would be TKO sort of shooting themselves in the foot, so it would make more sense for them to drop it before UFC. See you tomorrow, everyone. Hopefully, as long as I'm not doing UFC. Long as it doesn't clash with UFC, lol. I mean, it's really not in their interest, is it really? Guys, let's go back outside. I don't know that it's in their interest that it clashes. Lovely, lovely. Right, we've got a few bits to go through there, haven't we? Busy. Right, we are back to the action. Kojiko said, they know bad. We got some flavour. We stopped on flavour Hennessy bottle in the mall. And the bottle with the bones. Drinking bone in the blood of the sink. I think we were all thinking it. And I'm pleased someone has come out and said it. So, Kojiko, shout out to you, my friend, as always, with your critics. You know what, Kojiko, we're looking into so much stuff. I mean, We don't need more. We don't need more. Right now I need answers, not questions, right? Guys, no more questions, just answers from now on, thanks. JPville said, Uncle Howdy caught T-posing in 4K. What's T-posing? What's T-posing, guys? I'm just going to Google that now. T-posing. T-pose. In computer animation, a T-pose is known as a bind pose or a reference pose. Dude, that sounds like a computer animator joke. Do you know what I mean? When they all get together at conferences. I bet Malcolm on the weekend likes to do T-posing. I feel like only computer engineers. I was going to say nerds. Computer engineers are the ones that are going to get that joke. If Brian was a catwalk model, do you know what move he would do at the end? He would do a T-pose. Sometimes I only need myself, really, to have a good time. But JPville, shout out to you. No one knows what T-posing is apart from you and your highly educated friends. 1, 2, or save. Thomas said, at least we've narrowed the doorbell down to 7 possible states because of the palm trees in the yards. All right, we got it down to 7 states. Amazing. Now all we need to do is figure out the exact state, where in the state, what road it is. Do you know, if I was in the Wyatt 6, I'd be like, I don't really like this. I'd be like, I don't really like this. Boom. I don't like this because of... I don't like this because, like, people are now, like, looking for my house for real, and that's making me nervous, you know? We all remember what happened with Sonya Deville. I mean... 1, 2, 3. It's a win for the bloodline. Yeah, if I was in this group, I'd have some big questions about what we're doing. Right. Match score. Match score. Match score. Boom. Lovely, mate. Get in your thoughts on that match score then. So it is a victory for the bloodline. We're just having a look what happened with Jade and Bianca. They obviously retained in the kickoff show. King and Queen of the Ring. Right, JP said the boomer is boomerang. You kids, eh? And your newfangled dance crazes and your tea poses. Back in my day, it was tea parties. Hello, we got Bianca. Oh, hello, Indy. Candice is stuck at home. I'll gladly put you on the shelf as well, says Jade. So Bianca and Jade confronted by Indy. Indy states Candice is injured. So are we going to the main event now? Is Bailey, she's making her way out with Naomi. So Bailey and Naomi versus Chelsea and Piper. Right, we need to end this poll then, don't we? Because we'll have another poll starting soon. It's go back to this. Let's end this. Let's record these scores. No matches seemingly really blowing people's minds. Again, it might be because the QR code... Oh, I thought that was Veer. God, I saw someone then. I was like, is that Veer? Is Veer back again? Is he coming again? It's Battlegrounds. When is Battlegrounds? Sunday, isn't it? Next Sunday. Next Sunday. Let's go, man. Jordan Grayson, that, yeah, man. So exciting. And at the Apex, live next Sunday. NXT Battlegrounds. Let's go, baby. Right, commercial break. That Jeff Delaney said it's time to open the door on Operation Daysmare. What, shall I start a channel? The editing won't be as good as Dreadmare. It'll be awful. Storyline-wise, I think we could come up with some good stuff, right? I mean, they've got, what is it, Poppycock the Juggler or something. We can have, we can come up with something. That's not a problem. But, I don't know. I think they've got that whole conning people market, like, sewn up, so. King Yeti said, Skibby-dibby toilet. Skibby toilet. What the hell are you on about? If you had a stroke, what's happening? Skibby toilet. What's that mean? Do I have to Google that? I'll Google that. Is that what the kids are doing, eh? Are they doing the old skibidi toilet? Skibidi toilet. What's that? Oh, it's a web series. It's a web series from last year. Skibidi toilet. The hell is this? People watch this. Like heads in toilets. How many views has it got?
What the heck is going on?
39 million views. 41 million subscribers. What the hell is this? I've never even heard of this. Is that a song? What is this? What is this? What is this channel? It's only got 293 videos, but it's got 41 million subscribers. And it's been viewed 16 billion times. What? 3-minute videos, 2-minute videos. Mate, my boomer mind is being blown. My boomer mind can't cope with that. My boomer mind can't... I mean, they've got 293 videos. I think I've made that many in the last week. And they've got that in their whole life. And they've got 41.8 million subscribers. And I'm sat here with like 5. Plus also, that sounds like Scar, doesn't it? Or Scat. Skibidi. Reminds me of Scatman John from back in the day. And they ain't better than Scatman John. They can jog on. Skibidi bone Scatman John. I'm Scatman John. I'm the Scatman. Do you remember that track? Might not have made it over into America. Skibidi bone Scatman John. I'm Scatman John. A good delivery today. Oh, very good. Guys, let's go over to the study. Someone's got their delivery of Nightbird shirts. Very nice. Let's go back outside. We don't actually need to do that, because if I press that button, it'll do it. So I could just do that. God, we've got so many toys to play with now. I've been busy. New journal entry. Yes. So is this... Yeah. It doesn't connect to the circle. It doesn't connect to the circle. I see now that the same stem is a bit long on my Pluto symbol. It doesn't connect to the circle. It does connect to the circle, doesn't it? Don't understand. Connects... It's not a theory that I'm crazy about. It's okay. Oh, hello, what's that? Oh. I went over an old video. Look what I found. You can see Howdy, a buzzard mask. That might be one of those... guys, go to the study. That might be one of the... That might be one of the things in the static. Uncle Howdy. Maybe. New character mask. Buzzard mask. Woman laughing. I don't know that I can see these things. I can't see a woman laughing, but then I've never seen a woman laughing in my life. That's not something that's ever happened to me. I wouldn't know what one looks like. Maybe. I mean, I definitely think that there's potentially something in the background, but I don't know I could go as far as to identifying these things. That's one that I look at and I go, well, I feel like there's something there. And then you come off it and it's gone. Is it here? Here, look. Let's do a thoughts on that. If ever I see something, I'm like, I can sort of see something. That's when I like to go thoughts and see what other people think. Yeah, I'm going to include that. I think it's strong enough to include, but we're not going to worry about that at the moment. I can do that after. We'll go back outside. Oh, I need to unwhoosh that. Right, Disaster Talks Wrestling. Shout out to you, my friends. Andrew said if you click the sad face on the QR homepage to see it, if you click the sad face on the QR homepage to see it, that takes you to that picture. Yes. Back to the study. This picture. We've seen this picture. I don't know what I'm getting from this picture, Andrew. Click the sad face on the QR homepage to see it. I don't know what I'm getting from this. Don't know what I'm looking at for this. To see it. What's it? The message of we'll see you tomorrow, which apparently is going to be on WWE.com. Don't know what's in that screwed up piece of paper that's closest to me. Don't know what that is. And as I said, this is lined paper, so it's different than the other paper we've been seeing. Feels like this is in a kitchen as well. Is this the kitchen of the person's house that we've just seen? Because this feels like kitchen cabinet tops with different paper. We are underway with Bailey and Naomi taking on Chelsea and Piper. Let's go back outside. Lovely. And King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends, firing in those super chats. Or those memberships. Right, let's go. Chelsea said Dro. Days 16 bodies on the paper. The 17th body is in the center. That may be June 17th, says I'm a villain. I'm a villain. Shout out to you. Let's change this over. Bailey and Naomi taking on Chelsea and Piper. Right, commercial break. How long have we got? 26 minutes. I thought this would be the main event, you know. Tracy said, I thought you was waxing your mustache to May today. Scatman, classic. Well, the QR codes and QR conversation hasn't allowed me to do any grooming. No, Tracy. No, there's no time. Let's leave it that way. There's no time. Axo Kanhoto said, did the QR code appear yet? No, we're still waiting for it. There's 25 minutes to go, so it should be any moment. So, left it late this week, haven't they? They've left it late. Matt said, when do you think Roman will return? When he's ready. When he's ready. We shouldn't rush these things. Josh said, Days, did you see the video of the guy who looks out of his back porch and he saw Uncle Howdy by the lake? No. There's a guy that saw Uncle Howdy by the lake. That reminds me a lot of the picture that we got. Uncle Howdy was by a lake then, wasn't he? I'll jot that down. Look for Howdy video. Bishop said, Days, when is the next toy hunt? Maybe Saturday, actually. Tomorrow we're doing UFC. So I'm doing UFC 302. But actually the Saturday after that, I don't think there's anything. Obviously there's no wrestling. So I think what I might do is, rather than doing like a UFC fight night, which can be a little bit hit and miss now for us. Before, they used to get like a nice amount of views, to be honest. Good amount of people would join us. But it doesn't seem to be quite like that anymore. I think, to be honest, the UFC community has really grown. And obviously now they've got their own communities. And so, you know, we only ever really dip our toe into that world on a Saturday. So it can be hard with the fight nights now. It's a lot of hours of streaming, and honestly, like, you can get about 7,000 views. Something like, I mean, like, this stream will probably do about 11, 12, and it won't be anywhere near as long as a fight night. So I don't know. I think what might be better is to actually put up another toy hunt next Saturday. I might get it edited, put up on the channel, and like actually schedule it so that people know it's going to drop. And I'll make sure it's a good one. You know, if it's going to have like a Saturday, I'll make sure it's a good one. I mean, I try to make sure they're all good ones, but... King Yeti said, Days, you couldn't groom no Diddy. I mean, I don't know what that means. I know that P. Diddy is a wrong un, for lots of different reasons, but I don't know, was he grooming? I don't know. I mean, I've got to be honest, this whole conversation makes me feel very nervous. feel very uncomfortable. And it would be brilliant to get back to Nightbirds or Smackdown or literally any other subject. So, King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Sonny said, do you like the news segment that I put on the... Love it. That I put on the Discord? News, AEW news, other news. I'm working on making it fun, but I'm not sure what to add, said Sonny. Well, I don't think you need to worry so much, to be honest, Sonny. I don't think that it's necessarily about loads of different rooms and all that stuff. In fact, you might make the argument that less is better. The reason why I say that is because if you've got 20 people in the Discords and you've got 20 different rooms, you do run the risk of there being one or two people in a few rooms rather than everyone in a room. So more rooms, the more options, the more people are getting spaced out. So I you know, if you want a tip, if you want my thoughts, I would actually say less is better, because that way if you go on, if you've got one that's like wrestling talk, if you've got one that's Nightbirds, and if you've got one that's other, then, you know, you've got, what, 3 rooms to choose from? Other can be anything. Nightbirds, you know, is Nightbirds. And then wrestling is wrestling. And, like, do you know what I mean? Like, job done. That way, if there's 20 on, you've got a lot more people that might be in those rooms. So actually, I would counter that not making more rooms is the right way forward. It might be less rooms that is the better way forwards. But I think the number one thing is you'd want to go on there and you'd want to chat with other people in the community. And so just people being there is going to be the most important thing. And I think people will go if they can share their theories and if they can share their thoughts. And I need to find a way of that Discord coming onto the channel more. And I did say that I will look to do that in the Discord the other day. So, and I will look to do that. I will look to find a way of bringing that onto the channel. It might be that we do a Discord day on the second channel where I dig into maybe questions or thoughts like we do with opinions, but maybe I do once a week the Discords, and maybe that will give it a bit more value. So I would say don't worry about it. I would say don't stress about it. I'd say anything you do in there is amazing and appreciated. But those are a few thoughts. Bailey with a couple of shots on Piper. Piper, though, getting the better of Bailey, and she needs to, really. As we're building to clash at the castle. Right now, we've got Chelsea. She is looking to... Oh, no. Going against the ropes. Rear end there by Naomi. Chelsea goes down. 1, 2. Oh. Sent on by Piper Niven. Crushes Naomi. She throws Chelsea on top. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for Chelsea and Piper. Chelsea and Piper pick up the win over Bailey. That's a big win for them. That's a big win. So Piper doing most of the work. I know that Chelsea's going to take all the glory, of course. It's Chelsea that gets the pin. Breaking news. Next week, Indy Hartwell, Jade Cargill. Indy Hartwell, Jade Cargill next week. Indy Jades. So Johnny versus Grayson is going to be next week as well. Johnny Grayson. What else have we got? Apollo Angel. Solo Sikoa anoints Tonga Loa next week. Wow, a Bloodline segment next week. That'll be very welcome. So, surely main event time right now. 18 minutes left to go. Where are we? Backstage. Oh, yes, AJ is going to address his future. I forgot about this. Here's LA Knight. It's going to AEW, guys. If the rumors are true, respect. LA Knight said, oh, Cody. It's not a salmon. Oh, the Good Brothers. Mitchell, are you crying? Please respond. Mitchell, I need to know if you're in tears. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. AJ Styles. I don't believe he's quit him or retire him. I think they're doing a good job of making it seem like he is, but at the moment I'm not quite buying it. I'm looking. I'm interested. I'm having a little look at the moment, yeah. Oh, I'm having a look. Don't you worry about that, but I'm not quite buying it at the moment. Not crying yet, says James, unless he is actually done retiring. James is crying. James is crying. Dort Knight's laughing at you, James. Do you remember earlier what Dort Knight said? Message from Dort Knight. Ha ha ha. James is crying like a little girl that's lost her doll. That's savage. That is savage from Dort Knight, isn't it? You probably can't see it because it's a special comment that only I can see. So it's probably not showing on the thing, but Dort Knight. Cooking. Crazy. Right, where are we? Mustache liar. He hates liars, says Andrew. You're a liar. Hang on. He's already told me I'm fine, hasn't he? He's already told me I'm fine. Let's go, guys, back to the study. So if we go down here, look. I have shown you signs and wonders and you believed. By your faith you shall be spared. So I think what that means is that if you did lie or do something wrong, it's fine. Because you've been spared. So if this said you was going to have a twirly moustache and you haven't, you're a liar, I'm coming for you, then I'd be concerned, right? Then we'd have problems. But it doesn't say that. It says, I've shown you signs and wonders, and you believed. So, all is good. All is good. Guys, let's leave the study. I can't wait till that is actually a study, you know. I'm going to have a look for study backgrounds. Study background. I mean, studies. I'm going to have a look, see if I can buy a study. Posh study. That's me in it. Oh, lovely little, not loads, actually. Study room. Yeah, study room. I want something. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Guys, let's go back to the, quickly, we're just going to go back to the study. I'm just going to go with that. AJ Styles making his way out. Oh, look at this. Jeez, that is nice. That is nice. That's where I belong. Let's go down. Ooh. What? My granddad used to smoke a pipe, you know. There's a lot of that goes on. Pop that down. Let's go back outside. Right, we're back outside. Here's AJ Styles. Oh, it's nice in there, isn't it? Oh, God, I miss it already. Ah, so comfortable in there. It was so warm. There was a fire. Right, let's end the poll and let's ask, is AJ retiring? We should probably ask that question, shouldn't we? Is AJ done? Is AJ done? How long we got? 12 minutes. Or is he about to Mark Henry this thing? AJ Styles. I'm not buying it, but it's worth edging your bets in it, just in case. Been thinking over the past week. I wonder if we'll get this as a figure. I'd have to go to the back of the line. He dwelt. I can't go to the back of the line. I've been doing this for over 2 decades. Now, do they attack him? Why are they in the ring? They attack him. He needs a tag partner. Okay. My son graduated high school. Clarity hit me. How many of these have I missed? Maybe instead of being the phenomenal AJ Styles, I stay at home and be a phenomenal father. Burr! Burr, you suck! You want to be a phenomenal father, Burr! You should wrestle for us forever. Crowd turned heel. Right, he's got a word for the Good Brothers. We get to do this one last time. They're too sweet. Too sweet one last time. They embrace. Still got 8 minutes. Still not buying it. Before I go, here's a list of people that suck. Cody. Now's the time. Do we add the baby blue jacket to the salmon jacket? Has there been enough time since the Mark Henry retirement to run this again? I'm still not buying it. Here's Cody. Cody's making his way out. AJ calls Cody out. Cody making his way down. Definitely a Cody beatdown, said Nick. No boots. He's not retiring, said Politic. What? That's a good point. Yeah, no boots. Always leave him in the ring, don't you? Cody's going to take a beating. Yes, says Matt. It's a trick, don't do it. Cody Rhodes looking like Colonel Sanders. If his kids graduated, isn't it a little bit too late for him to be a phenomenal father? That is such a good point. I think at this stage, he could just be a passable dad. At this point, if his son's already graduated, he could be an okay dad. Not a phenomenal one. Wanted to look you in the eyes. I had one of my greatest matches in Lyon, France. If I'm going to have one last match, that would be it. This is still the house that AJ Styles built. Cody with a smile on his face. If we do Cody AJ again at Clash, I'm going to hand you the keys. Oh my God, Cody's crying. So Cody checked in with AJ after that match and he said, I'm all good, little bro. That was AJ's. He should have said I'm phenomenal. Cody always cries. No. Thank you, AJ. Man up, Cody. Cody crying. Handshake. Embrace. When he does turn, I hope he goes, that's what I do. 'Cause that's what I do. That's what Mark Henry said. You think it's over? We're not even close. That's what I do. So AJ holding up, Cody holding up AJ's arms. God, they're going every side of the ring. Woo! Say it. Say it. You better say it. He knocks him down, starts throwing on shots. That's what I do. Throws him out the ring and hurls him into the steps. Does this mean that Gallows and Anderson and AJ are back together, though? Are we putting them back together now? Or was that just for that moment? And he hasn't even said the lines. Here's Nick Aldis making his way down. Do you know, it'd be great if he is actually still retiring. That would be brilliant. If he goes, no, I am retiring. Oh! But this is how I'm going out. So, Styles clash. Well, do you know what? He's going to be missed. I'm really going to miss him. I'm going to tweet that out now. Even after that attack on Cody, I'm really going to miss AJ Styles. And I'll put a crying face as well to channel my inner Cody Rhodes. Crying face. Even after that attack on Cody Rhodes, I'm still really going to miss AJ Styles. You got to have a bit of fun, ain't you? You know, life is for living, isn't it? Right. Can someone tell James? Because he was crying like a little girl, apparently. That's what I heard. James said, well, that was certainly a thing that happened. Ghostface said, I've sent you some on Twitter. Thank you, my friends. Should we go over to the study? I do need to move this camera, don't I? This is a real bugbear, innit? Hang on. If I copy it and then... Oh, look at me. Oh, it's like a music video. Me and my twin. Me and my twin. I was going to try and kiss myself, but I can't. My God, it's just like every relationship I've ever been in. If I try and kiss myself, I move away. Look. I will never reach. I will never be able to get to this person. Oh my God, it's just. Look, I could be here, wouldn't it? Come here. Just one. Just one. Give me one kiss. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why have you got to be like that? You know I love you. Oh, that was kind of cool. Okay, well, hang on. I've got two of me. If I take that away... Okay, that's better. That's nice. But... Okay. But am I still in the right place? Oh, God, I am! Oh, my God, it worked! Ah, it works! Do-do-do-do! Oh, now, how can I use this? I feel like, oh God, could you imagine if you tune into a stream, I do the whole thing with like 20 of me. 20 of me all over the thing. That would be sick, wouldn't it? I don't like this thing getting in the way, though. go over here, couldn't I? Oh, I have done it. I've worked it. I got to stop messing around. I got to do a Nightbird video in a minute. No, is that the one I wanted? Which one do I want? No, I don't want that. I want that. Let's get rid of that. Right, let's remove that. Guys, let's leave the study. We don't need to be in the study anymore. We'll go back over here. Who's better, Bella Twins or the Days Twins? Oh my god, I could so go after the women's tag titles. You are so right. You are so right. Right, we asked the people, is he about to retire? And 79%, I think it was. They probably couldn't bear to watch the end of that, and currently they are in bits on the floor. Right, let's round up these super chats, get to a few of the comments, and then we're going to run away. We've got a Nightbird video to do, you know. So, Meet for CFC said, I think they're showing us the past QR codes because we're missing something. I'm not sure what, but I can't think why they would do it otherwise. Well, I think part of it might be for people that have got into this recently and don't know about Nightbird. It's a way for them to catch up. So it could be something to do with that, of course. Thomas Jadwin said, there is a video from August 2021 on Alexa's IG that if she had a new front door put in it, might be her Ring doorbell. There is a video from Alexa's IG that if she had a new front door put in, it may be her door. I don't know about you, I just don't feel good about this. I don't feel good about snooping around and trying to match up people's houses. You know? I mean, what are we going to have people like, bing bong? Hello? Yeah, can I just, all I want to do is just look at your living room. I'm not here to cause no trouble, but I need to know if it matches with the latest QR codes. Yeah? Like, we're real close to that, aren't we? We're real close to that. Rick said, are the QR codes appearing sooner each week? That's a good question. I don't know, is the answer. I don't know. We haven't looked actually into that at the time that they drop. I wonder if there's something in the time. It's interesting. Are they appearing earlier? Definitely a thread for someone to pick at, I would say. Definitely a thread. I think that's an interesting question. Someone wants to have a little look at this. Someone fancies going back past 2 months. If you're sat there going, oh, I've got nothing to do, and you want to go back to like the past 2 months of QR codes, see when they drop, I'm not aware that anyone's done that as a piece of work. So, Rick, shout out to you. JP said your IQ went up 20 points temporarily. What, when there was 2 of me? That my IQ went up then for 20 points. Yeah, to 20. So that was good. Andrew said Days and his twin confused. Oh, very good. Very good. Right. Maybe AJ is part of the Uncle Howdy team, said John. I don't think so. They only drop during matches they don't care about. That's it, said Dad Stuff. You think that's it? They just put it in where they think best fits on the show? Yeah, could be. That makes sense. It could also be that if it's quite a deep code, it will drop early. If it is a code that doesn't have as much to it, you can probably afford to drop it a little later. I don't know that they're getting earlier, but I don't know. There must... I can't say there must be, but... Well, yeah, there must be a reason for them to drop when they drop. Even if the answer is just the quietest part of the show. Even if that is the answer, there must be a reason as to why they drop when they drop. But it is true, Dad Stuff says he thinks that it's just because it's the time when it, like, you know, won't cause the most disruption. And that could absolutely be the answer. Mr. Rage Bomb said, I've upped exposure on the Ring video. Check DMs. Oh. Oh. DMs, you say? Shared a post. Very hard to make out, but there is definitely someone there. Yeah. That's nice. I likes that. So that's... I'll put that in. I mean, obviously, we'll show our friends now. We're going to go to the study in a second, guys. We'll go to the study now, actually. Oh, this is so much better, isn't it? So much better. Although, I don't know why I've got a balcony. And that's in... Oh... It's better, but it's still not perfect. I'll play with it. But here we've got this. Slowed down. Look. Bum, bum, bum. It's Undertaker. Jesus Christ, it's Undertaker. Very, very hard to make out, but there's definitely someone there. Yeah. Mark Calloway. Dead man. It is the Undertaker. He's going to Alexa Bliss's panty drawer. That's where he's going. Puv. And it looks to me like it's an OG Undertaker as well. Look at that. He looks exactly like he did in 1990. I'd imagine Paul Bearer's already gone in. Just going through. I mean, people are telling me this might be Alexa's place. God only knows what he's looking for. Jesus. Well, there we go. Guys, I'm going to leave here. We're going to go back to, outside for a second. Underfaker. Underfaker. It's the Slender Man, said K-pop lover. Yeah, Mr. Rage Bomb. Excellent. Plot twist. The red is Kane. It's 7. 7. Very good. Lenzel. Howdy wants Alexa's nursing bras. Don't we all? TJ Gillen said, I've tweeted you. I don't think it's the Colosseum. Oh, don't tell me it's not the Colosseum. As what we thought was the moon in the background is part of a structure. The Colosseum has different cutouts. Oh, no, TJ, I was happy. Don't ruin it. Is AJ now a liar? Oh, that's a good thought. That's a good thought from Massachusetts. Is AJ now a liar? You're a liar. La 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 la. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? Jordan Gray said, shot for the moon, past the stars, and landed on Pluto. That's from Jordan Grace. So it turns out it's not Uncle Howdy, it's actually Jordan Grace. To be honest with you, my friends, I've got so many that I need to go through that I'm probably going to have to run away now and start working my way down the notifications. So I'm going to go off and start doing that instead, rather than trying to find specific tweets. But there we go. I hope you got some out of this. We tried to juggle both, and I think we did okay, in the sense of we've got scores for all the matches. I know what went down. I could do a review now and talk about the show, talk about the matches, talk about who wins and what went down, and the AJ stuff, the Paul Heyman conversations. So, I mean, I've got all my notes. I plan on doing a review. So, I think that's not bad. And obviously, we've got a lot of thoughts about Nightbirds. And we've introduced a whole study. So, do you know what I mean? We've got a whole second world to play around with. I could go to a third world if I wanted. I could go over here, which is the Nightbird area where I do the Nightbird videos. And actually, I feel a little bit big. I'm gonna make myself a little bit smaller. Do you feel a little big? Coming back. Oh my god! Now I feel like too small. Look at me now, like flipping Tom Thumb. Yeah, that's all right. That'll do. So look, we got lots of rooms. Oh gods, who knows? We might have lots of places to go to. I might have a swimming pool area at some point. Imagine if I press a button and we go outside to a swimming pool area and some reason I'm in a bikini. Imagine that. Imagine that. Right, thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. Don't forget, we will be back tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow with UFC. And we'll be covering UFC 302. I am going to try and be back tomorrow with a live stream. Or maybe not a live stream. I mean, so much dropping on WWE.com, but we don't know when. Don't know when. So I'm going to have a look, see what people are saying about that. But yeah, we'll be back. We'll do some stuff tomorrow. Definitely UFC. And yeah, we'll take it from there. I don't know what we're doing Sunday yet, but we'll take it a day at a time. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.